Chapter 32 of Tembarom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 32. It was business of serious importance which was to bring Captain Palliser's visit to a close. He explained it perfectly to Miss Alicia a day or so after Lady Mallow and her daughter left them. He had lately been most amiable in his manner toward Miss Alicia, and had given her much valuable information about companies and stocks. He rather unexpectedly found it imperative that he should go to London and Berlin to see people, dealers in great financial schemes who were deeply interested in solid business speculations such as his own, which were fundamentally different from all others in the impeccable firmness of their foundations. "I suppose he'll be very rich some day," Miss Alicia remarked the first morning she and Tembarom took their breakfast alone together after his departure. "It would frighten me to think of having as much money as he seems likely to have quite soon." "It would scare me to death," said Tembarom. She knew he was making a sort of joke, but she thought the point of it was her tremor at the thought of great fortune. "He seemed to think that it would be an excellent thing for you to invest in. I'm not sure whether it was the India Rubber Tree Company or the mahogany forests or the copper mines that have so much gold and silver mixed in them that it will pay for the expense of the digging," she went on. "I guess it was the whole lot," put in Tembarom. "Perhaps it was. They're all going to make everybody so rich that it's quite bewildering. He's very clever in business matters, and so kind. He even said that if I really wished it, he might be able to invest my income for me and actually treble it in a year. But of course I told him that my income was your generous gift to me and that it was far more than sufficient for my needs." Tembarom put down his coffee cup so suddenly to look at her that she was fearful that she had appeared to do Captain Palliser some vague injustice. "I'm sure he meant to be most obliging, dear," she explained. "I was really quite touched. He said most sympathetically and delicately that when women were unmarried and unaccustomed to investment, sometimes a business man could be of use to them. He forgot, affectionately, that I had you." Tembarom regarded her with tender curiosity. She often opened up vistas for him as he himself opened them for the Duke of Stone. "If you hadn't had me, would you have let him treble your income in a year?" he asked. Her expression was that of a soft woodland rabbit or a trusting spinster dove. "Well, of course. If one were quite alone in the world and had only a small income, it would be nice to have it wonderfully added to in such a short time," she answered. "But it was his friendly solicitude which touched me. I have not been accustomed to such interested delicacy on the part of gentlemen." Her hesitance before the last word being the result of training, which had made her feel that it was a little bold for ladies to refer quite openly to gentlemen. "You sometimes read in the newspapers," said Tembarom, buttering his toast, "about ladies who are all alone in the world with a little income, but they're not often left alone with it long. It's like you said, you've got me, but if the time ever comes when you haven't got me, just you make a dead sure thing of it that you don't let any solicitous business gentleman treble your income in a year. If it's an income that comes to more than 5 cents, don't you hand it over to be made into 15. 5 cents is a heap better, just plain 5. "Temple," gasped Miss Alicia, you surely cannot mean that you do not think Captain Palliser is sincere?" Tembarom laughed outright, his most hilarious and comforting laugh. He had no intention of enlightening her in such a manner as would lead her at once to behold pictures of him as the possible victim of appalling catastrophes. He liked her too well as she was. "Sincere," he said. "He's sincere down to the ground in what he's reaching after. But he's not going to treble your income nor mine. If he ever makes that offer again, you just tell him I'm interested and that I'll talk it over with him." "I could not help saying to him that I didn't think you could want any more money when you had so much," she added. "But he said one never knew what might happen. He was greatly interested when I told him you had once said the very same thing yourself." Their breakfast was at an end, and he got up, laughing again, as he came to her end of the table and put his arm round her shoulders in the unconventional young caress she adored him for. "It's nice to be by ourselves again for a while," he said. "Let's go for a walk together. Put on the little bonnet and dress that are the color of a mouse. Those little duds just get me. You look so pretty in them." The 16-year-old blush ran up to the roots of her grey side ringlets. Just imagine his remembering the colour of her dress and bonnet, and thinking that anything could make her look pretty. She was overwhelmed with innocent and grateful confusion. There really was no one else in the least like him. "You do look well, ma'am," Rose said when she helped her to dress. "You got such a nice colour, and that tiny bit of old rose Mrs. Mellish put in the bonnet does bring it out." "I wonder if it's wrong of me to be so pleased," Miss Alicia thought. "I must make it a subject of prayer, and ask to be aided to conquer a haughty and vainglorious spirit." She was pathetically serious, having been trained to a view of the great First Cause as figuratively embodied in the image of a gigantic, irascible, omnipotent old gentleman, especially wrought to fury by feminine follies connected with becoming headgear. "It has sometimes even seemed to me that our Heavenly Father has a special objection to ladies," she had once timorously confessed to Tembarom. "I suppose it is because we are so much weaker than men, and so much more given to vanity and petty vices." He'd caught her in his arms and actually hugged her that time. Their intimacy had reached the point where the affectionate outburst did not alarm her. "Say," he had laughed, "it's not the men who are going to have the biggest pull with the authorities when folks try to get into the place where things are evened up. What I'm going to work with my passage is a list of the few ladies I've known. You and Anne will be at the head of it. I shall just slide it in at the box office window and say, 'Just look over this, will you? These were friends of mine, and they were mighty good to me. I guess if they didn't turn me down, you needn't. I know they're in here. Reserved seats. I'm not expecting to be put with them, but if I'm allowed to hang around where they are, that'll be heaven enough for me.'" "I know you don't mean to be irreverent, dear Temple," she gasped. "I'm quite sure you don't. It's only your American way of expressing your kind thoughts. And of course," quite hastily, "the Almighty must understand Americans, as He made so many." And half frightened though she was, she patted his arm with the warmth of comfort in her soul, and moisture in her eyes. Somehow or other he was always so comforting. He held her arm as they took their walk. She had become used to that also, and no longer thought it odd. It was only one of the ways he had of making her feel that she was being taken care of. They had not been able to have many walks together since the arrival of the visitors, and this occasion was at once a cause of relief and inward rejoicing. The entire truth was that she had not been altogether happy about him of late. Sometimes, when he was not talking and saying amusing New York things which made people laugh, he seemed almost to forget where he was and to be thinking of something which baffled and tried him. The way in which he pulled himself together when he realized that anyone was looking at him was, to her mind, the most disturbing feature of his fits of abstraction. It suggested that if he really had a trouble, it was a private one, on which he would not like her to intrude. Naturally, her adoring eyes watched him oftener than he knew, and she tried to find plausible and not too painful reasons for his mood. He always made light of his unaccustomedness to his new life. Perhaps it made him feel more unrestful than he would admit. As they walked through the park and the village, her heart was greatly warmed by the way in which each person they met greeted them. They greeted no one else in the same way, and yet it was difficult to explain what the difference was. They liked him, really liked him, though how he had overcome their natural distrust of his newsboy and bootblack record, no one but himself knew. In fact, she had reason to believe that even he himself did not know, had indeed never asked himself. They had gradually begun to like him, though none of them had ever accused him of being a gentleman according to their own acceptance of the word. Every man touched his cap or forehead with a friendly grin, which spread itself the instant he caught sight of him. Grin and salute were synchronous. It was as if there were some extremely human joke between them. Miss Alicia had delightedly remembered a remark the Duke of Stone had made to her on his return from one of their long drives. "He's the most popular man in the county," he had chuckled. "If war broke out, and he were in the army, he could raise a regiment at his own gate, which would follow him wheresoever he chose to lead it, if it were into hottest Hades." Tembarom was rather silent during the first part of their walk, and when he spoke it was of Captain Palliser. "He's a fellow that's got lots of curiosity. I guess he's asked you more questions than he's asked me," he began at last, and he looked at her interestedly, though she was not aware of it. "I thought," she hesitated slightly because she did not wish to be critical, "I sometimes thought he asked me too many. What was he trying to get on to, mostly?" He asked so many things about you and your life in New York, but more, I think, about you and Mr. Strangeways. He was really quite persistent once or twice about poor Mr. Strangeways." "What did he ask?" "He asked if I'd seen him, and if you had preferred that I should not. He calls him your mystery, and thinks your keeping him here is so extraordinary." "I guess it is, the way he'd look at it," Tembarom dropped in. "He was so anxious to find out what he looked like. He asked how old he was, and how tall, and whether he was quite mad or only a little, and where you picked him up and when, and what reason you gave for not putting him in some respectable asylum. I could only say that I really knew nothing about him, that I hadn't seen him because he had a dread of strangers, and I was a little timid." She hesitated again. "I wonder," she said, still hesitating even after her pause, "I wonder if I ought to mention a rather rude thing I saw him do twice." "Yes, you ought," Tembarom answered promptly. "I have a reason for wanting to know." "It was such a singular thing to do in the circumstances," she went on obediently. "He knew, as we all know, that Mr. Strangeways must not be disturbed. One afternoon I saw him walk slowly backward and forward before the west room window. He had something in his hand and kept looking up. That was what first attracted my attention, his queer way of looking up. Quite suddenly he threw something which rattled on the panes of glass. It sounded like gravel or small pebbles. I couldn't help believing he thought Mr. Strangeways would be startled into coming to the window." Tembarom cleared his throat. "He did that twice," he said. "Pearson caught him at it, though Palliser didn't know he did. He'd have done it 3 times, or more than that perhaps, but I casually mentioned in the smoking room one night that some curious fool of a gardener boy had thrown some stones and frightened Strangeways, and that Pearson and I were watching for him, and if I caught him I was going to knock his block off. Bing! He didn't do it again. Darned fool. What does he think he's after?" "I'm afraid he's rather—I hope it's not wrong to say so, but he is rather given to gossip. And I dare say that the temptation to find something quite new to talk about was a great one. So few new things happen in the neighbourhood, and as the Duke says, people are so bored, and he's bored himself." "He'll be more bored if he tries it again when he comes back," remarked Tembarom. Miss Alicia's surprised expression made him laugh. "Do you think he will come back?" she exclaimed. "After such a long visit?" "Oh, yes, he'll come back. He'll come back as often as he can until he's got a chunk of my income to treble, or until I've done with him." "Until you've done with him, dear?" inquiringly. "Oh, well," casually, "I've a sort of idea that he may tell me something I'd like to know. I'm not sure. I'm only guessing. But even if he knows it, he won't tell me until he gets good and ready and thinks I don't want to hear it. What he thinks he's going to get at by prowling round is something he can get me in the crack of the door with." "Temple," imploringly, "are you afraid he wishes to do you an injury?" "No, I'm not afraid. I'm just waiting to see him take a chance on it," and he gave her arm an affectionate squeeze against his side. He was always immensely moved by her little alarms for him. They reminded him in a remote way of little Anne coming down Miss Bowes' staircase, bearing with her the tartan comforter. How could anyone want to do him an injury?" she began to protest pathetically. But he would not let her go on. He would not talk any more of Captain Palliser or allow her to talk of him. Indeed, her secret fear was that he really knew something he did not wish her to be troubled by, and perhaps thought he had said too much. He began to make jokes and led her to other subjects. He asked her to go to the Hibblethwaite's cottage and pay a visit to Tummas. He had learned to understand his accepted privileges in making of cottage visits by this time, and when he clicked any wicket gate, the door was opened before he had time to pass up the wicket path. They called at several cottages, and he nodded at the windows of others where faces appeared as he passed by. They had a happy morning together, and he took her back to Temple Barholm, beaming, and forgetting Captain Palliser's existence for the time at least. In the afternoon they drove out together, and after dining they read the copy of the Sunday Earth, which had arrived that day. He found quite an interesting paragraph about Mr. Hutchinson and the invention. Little Miss Hutchinson was referred to most flatteringly by the writer, who almost inferred that she was responsible not only for the inventor but for the invention itself. Miss Alicia felt quite proud of knowing so prominent a character, and wondered what it could be like to read about oneself in a newspaper. About 9 o'clock he laid his sheet of the earth down and spoke to her. "I'm going to ask you to do me a favor," he said. "I couldn't ask it if we weren't alone like this. I know you won't mind." Of course she wouldn't mind. She was made happier by the mere idea of doing something for him. "I'm going to ask you to go to your room rather early," he explained. "I want to try a sort of stunt on Strangeways. I'm going to bring him downstairs if he'll come. I'm not sure I can get him to do it, but he's been a heap better lately, and perhaps I can." "Is he so much better as that?" she said. "Will it be safe?" He looked as serious as she'd ever seen him look, even a trifle more serious. "I don't know how much better he is," was his answer. "Sometimes you'd think he was almost all right. And then, the doctor says that if he could get over being afraid of leaving his room, it would be a big thing for him. He wants him to go to his place in London so that he can watch him." "Do you think you could persuade him to go?" "I've tried my level best, but so far, nothing doing." He got up and stood before the mantel, his back against it, his hands in his pockets. "I've found out one thing," he said. "He's used to houses like this. Every now and again he lets something out quite natural. He knew that the furniture in his room was Jacobean. That's what he called it, and he knew it was fine stuff. He wouldn't have known that if he'd been a piker. I'm going to try if he won't let out something else when he sees things here, if he'll come." "You have such a wonderfully reasoning mind, dear," said Miss Alicia as she rose. "You would have made a great detective, I'm sure." "If Anne had been with him," he said rather gloomily, "she'd have caught on to a lot more than I have. I don't feel very chesty about the way I've managed it." Miss Alicia went upstairs shortly afterward, and half an hour later Tembarom told the footman in the hall that they might go to bed. The experiment he was going to make demanded that the place should be cleared of any disturbing presence. He had been thinking it over for some time past. He had sat in the private room of the great nerve specialist in London and had talked it over with him. He'd talked of it with the Duke on the lawn at Stonehover. There had been a flush of colour in the older man's cheekbones, and his eyes had been alight as he took his part in the discussion. He had added the touch of his own personality to it, as always happened. "We are having some fine moments, my good fellow," he'd said, rubbing his hands. "This is extremely like the fourth act. I'd like to be sure what comes next." "I'd like to be sure myself," Tembarom answered. "It's as if a flash of lightning came sometimes, and then things clouded up. And sometimes when I'm trying something out he'll get so excited I daren't go on until I've talked to the doctor." It was the excitement he was dubious about tonight. It was not possible to be quite certain as to the entire safety of the plan, but there might be a chance, even a big chance, of wakening some cell from its deadened sleep. Sir Ormsby Galloway had talked to him a good deal about brain cells, and he had listened faithfully and learned more than he could put into scientific English. Gradually during the past months he'd been coming upon strangely exciting hints of curious possibilities. They had been mere hints at first, and had seemed almost absurd in their unbelievableness, but each one had linked itself with another, and led him on to further wondering and exploration. When Miss Alicia and Palliser had seen that he looked absorbed and baffled, it had been because he had frequently found himself, to use his own figures of speech, mixed up to beat the band. He had not known which way to turn, but he'd gone on turning because he could not escape from his own excited interest and the inevitable emotion roused by being caught in the whirl of a melodrama. That was what he'd dropped into, a whacking big play. It had begun for him when Pulford butted in that night and told him he was a lost heir, with a fortune and an estate in England, and the curtain had been jerking up and down ever since. But there had been thrills in it, queer as it was, something doing all the time, by G. He sat and smoked his pipe and wished Anne were with him because he knew he was not as cool as he had meant to be. He felt a certain tingling of excitement in his body, and this was not the time to be excited. He waited for some minutes before he went upstairs. It was true that Strangeways had been much better lately. He had seemed to find it easier to follow a conversation. During the past few days, Tembarom had talked to him in a matter-of-fact way about the house and its various belongings. He had at last seemed to waken to an interest in the picture gallery. Evidently he knew something of picture galleries and portraits. He found himself relieved by his own clearness of thought when he talked of them. "I feel better," he said 2 or 3 times. "Things seem clearer, nearer." "Good business!" exclaimed Tembarom. "I told you it'd be that way. Let's hold on to pictures. It won't be any time before you'll be remembering where you've seen some." He had been secretly rather strung up, but he'd been very gradual in approaching his final suggestion that some night, when everything was quiet, they might go and look at the gallery together. "What you need is to get out of the way of wanting to stay in one place," he argued. "The doctor says you've got to have a change, and even going from one room to another is a fine thing." Strangeways had looked at him anxiously for a few moments, even suspiciously. But his face had cleared after the look. He drew himself up and passed his hand over his forehead. "I believe perhaps he's right," he murmured. "Sure he's right," said Tembarom. "He's the sort of chap who ought to know. He's been made into a baronet for knowing. Sir Ormsby Galloway, by jigs. That's no slouch of a name. Oh, he knows, you bet your life." This morning, when he had seen him, he'd spoken of the plan again. The visitors had gone away. The servants could be sent out of sight and hearing. They could go into the library and smoke, and he could look at the books. And then they would take a look at the picture gallery if he wasn't too tired. It would be a change anyhow. Tonight, as he went up the huge staircase, Tembarom's calmness of being had not increased. He was aware of a quickened pulse and of a slight dampness on his forehead. The dead silence of the house added to the unusualness of things. He could not remember ever having been so anxious before, except on the occasion when he had taken his first day's stuff to Galton, and had stood watching him as he read it. His forehead had grown damp then, but he showed no outward signs of excitement when he entered the room and found Strangeways standing perfectly attired in evening dress. Pearson, setting things in order at the other side of the room, was taking note of him furtively over his shoulder. Quite in the casual manner of the ordinary man, he had expressed his intention of dressing for the evening, and Pearson had thanked his stars for the fact that the necessary garments were at hand. From the first, he had not infrequently asked for articles such as only the resources of a complete masculine wardrobe could supply, and on one occasion he had suddenly wished to dress for dinner, and the lame excuses it had been necessary to make had disturbed him horribly instead of pacifying him. To explain that his condition precluded the necessity of the usual appurtenances would have been out of the question. He had been angry. What did Pearson mean? What was the matter? He'd said it over and over again, and then had sunk into a hopelessly bewildered mood and had sat huddled in his dressing-gown staring at the fire. Pearson had been so harrowed by the situation that it had been his own idea to suggest to his master that all possible requirements should be provided. There were occasions when it appeared that the cloud over him lifted for a passing moment, and a gleam of light recalled to him some familiar usage of his past. When he had finished dressing, Pearson had been almost startled by the amount of effect produced by the straight, correctly cut lines of black and white. The mere change of clothes had suddenly changed the man himself, had done something to him, Pearson put it. After his first glance at the mirror, he had straightened himself, as if recognizing the fault of his own carriage. When he crossed the room, it was with the action of a man who has been trained to move well. The good looks, which had been almost hidden behind a veil of uncertainty of expression and strange fearfulness, became obvious. He was tall, and his lean limbs were splendidly hung together. His head was perfectly set, and the bearing of his square shoulders was a soldierly thing. It was an extraordinarily handsome man Tembarom and Pearson found themselves gazing at. Each glanced involuntarily at the other. "Now that's first rate. I'm glad you feel like coming," Tembarom plunged in. He didn't intend to give him too much time to think. "Thank you. It will be a change, as you said," Strangeways answered. "One needs change." His deep eyes looked somewhat deeper than usual, but his manner was that of any well-bred man doing an accustomed thing. If he'd been an ordinary guest in the house, and his host had dropped into his room, he would have comported himself in exactly the same way. They went together down the corridor as if they had passed down it together a dozen times before. On the stairway, Strangeways looked at the tapestries with the interest of a familiarized intelligence. "It is a beautiful old place," he said, as they crossed the hall. "That armour was worn by a crusader." He hesitated a moment when they entered the library, but it was only for a moment. He went to the hearth and took the chair his host offered him, and lighting a cigar, sat smoking it. If T. Tembarom had chanced to be a man of an analytical or metaphysical order of intellect, he would have found during the past month many things to lead him far in mental argument concerning the weird wonder of the human mind, of its power where its possessor, the body, is concerned, its sometimes closeness to the surface of sentient being, its sometime remoteness. He would have known awed, marvelling at the blackness of the pit into which it can descend, the unknown shades that may enfold it and imprison its gropings. The old Duke of Stone had sat and pondered many an hour over stories his favourite companion had related to him. What curious and subtle processes had the queer fellow not been watching in the closely guarded quiet of the room where the stranger had spent his days? The strange thing cowering in its darkness, the ray of light piercing the cloud one day and seeming lost again the next, the struggles the imprisoned thing made to come forth, to cry out that it was immured, not wholly conquered, and that some hour would arrive when it would fight its way through at last. Tembarom had not entered into psychological research. He had been entirely uncomplex in his attitude, sitting down before his problem as a besieger might have sat down before a castle. The Duke had sometimes wondered whether it was not a good enough thing that he had been so simple about it, merely continuing to believe the best with an unswerving obstinacy, and lending a hand when he could. And never-flagging sympathy had kept him singularly alive to every chance, and now and then he had illuminations which would have done credit to a cleverer man, and which the Duke had rubbed his hands over in half-amused, half-touched elation. How he had kept his head level and held to his purpose! T. Tembarom talked but little as he sat in his big chair and smoked. Best let him alone and give him time to get used to the newness, he thought. Nothing must happen that could give him a jolt. Let things sort of sink into him, and perhaps they'd set him to thinking and lead him somewhere. Strangeways himself evidently did not want talk. He never wanted it unless he was excited. He was not excited now, and had settled down as if he was comfortable. Having finished one cigar, he took another, and began to smoke it much more slowly than he had smoked his first. The slowness began to arrest Tembarom's attention. This was the smoking of a man who was either growing sleepy or sinking into deep thought, becoming oblivious to what he was doing. Sometimes he held the cigar absently between his strong fine fingers, seeming to forget it. Tembarom watched him do this until he saw it go out, and its white ash drop on the rug at his feet. He did not notice it, but sat sinking deeper and deeper into his own being, growing more remote. What was going on under his absorbed stillness? Tembarom would not have moved or spoken for a block of Fifth Avenue, he said internally. The dark eyes seemed to become darker until there was only a pin's point of light to be seen in their pupils. It was as if he were looking at something at a distance, at a strangely long distance. Twice he turned his head and appeared to look slowly round the room, but not as normal people look, as if it also was at the strange long distance from him, and he were somewhere outside its walls. It was an uncanny thing to be a spectator to. How dead still the room is, Tembarom found himself thinking. It was dead still, and it was a queer deal sitting, not daring to move, just watching. Something was bound to happen, sure. What was it going to be? Strangeway's cigar dropped from his fingers and appeared to rouse him. He looked puzzled for a moment, and then stooped quite naturally to pick it up. "I forgot it altogether. It's gone out," he remarked. "Have another," suggested Tembarom, moving the box nearer to him. "No, thank you." He rose and crossed the room to the wall of bookshelves, and Tembarom's eye was caught again by the fineness of movement and line the evening clothes made manifest. What a swell he looked when he moved about like that! What a swell, by jinks! He looked along the line of shelves and presently took down a book and opened it. He turned over its leaves until something arrested his attention, and then he fell to reading. He read several minutes while Tembarom watched him. The silence was broken by his laughing a little. "Listen to this," he said, and began to read something in a language totally unknown to his hearer. "A man who writes that sort of thing about a woman is an old bounder, whether he's a poet or not. There's a small biting spitefulness about it that's caddish." "Who did it?" Tembarom inquired softly. It might be a good idea to lead him on. "Horace. In spite of his genius, he sometimes makes you feel he was rather a blackguard." Horace! For the moment T. Tembarom forgot himself. I always heard he was a sort of YMCA old guy. Old Horace Greeley. The Tribune was no yellow journal when he had it. He was sorry he'd spoken the next moment. Strangeways looked puzzled. The Tribune? He hesitated. The Roman Tribune? No, New York. He started it, old Horace did, but perhaps we're not talking of the same man. Strangeways hesitated again. No, I think we're not, he answered politely. I've made a break, thought Tembarom. I ought to have kept my mouth shut. I must try to switch him back. Strangeways was looking down at the back of the book he held in his hand. This one was the Latin poet, Quintus Horatius Flaccus, 65 B.C. You know him, he said. Oh, that one! Exclaimed Tembarom, as if with an air of immense relief. What a fool I was to forget. I'm glad it's him. Will you go on reading and let me hear some more? He's a winner from Winnersville, that Horace is. Perhaps it was a sort of miracle accomplished by his great desire to help the right thing to happen, to stave off any shadow of the wrong thing. Whatsoever the reason, Strangeways waited only a moment before turning to his book again. It seemed to be a link in some chain slowly forming itself to drag him back from his wanderings, and T. Tembarom, lightly sweating as a frightened horse will, sat smoking another pipe and listening intently to satires and lampoons read aloud in the Latin of 65 B.C. By gee, he said faithfully at intervals when he saw on the reader's face that the moment was ripe. He knew it all, old Horace, didn't he? He'd steered his charge back. Things were coming along the line to him. He'd learned Latin at one of these big English schools. Boys always learned Latin, the Duke had told him. They just had to. Most of them hated it like thunder, and they used to be caned when they didn't recite it right. Perhaps if he went on he'd begin to remember the school. A queer part of it was that he did not seem to notice that he was not reading his own language. He did not, in fact, seem to remember anything in particular, but went on quite naturally for some minutes. He had replaced Horace on the shelf, and was on the point of taking down another volume when he paused, as if recalling something else. "Weren't we going to see the picture gallery?" he inquired. "Isn't it getting late? I should like to see the portraits." "No hurry," answered T. Tembarom. "I was just waiting till you were ready, but we'll go right away, if you like." They went without further ceremony. As they walked through the hall and down the corridors side by side, an imaginative person might have felt that perhaps the eyes of an ancient darkling portrait or so looked down at the pair curiously. The long, loosely built New Yorker rather slouching along by the soldierly, almost romantic figure, which in a measure suggested that others not unlike it might have trod the same oaken floor, wearing ruff and doublet, or lace jabot and sword. There was a far cry between the two, but they walked closely in friendly union. When they entered the picture gallery, Strangeways paused a moment again and stood peering down its length. "It is very dimly lighted. How can we see?" he said. "I told Pearson to have it dim," Tembarom answered. "I wanted it just that way at first." He tried, and succeeded tolerably well, to say it casually as he led the way ahead of them. He and the Duke had not talked the scheme over for nothing. As his Grace had said, they had worked the thing up. As they moved down the gallery, the men and women in their frames looked like ghosts, staring out to see what was about to happen. "We'll turn up the lights after a while," T. Tembarom explained, still casually. "There's a picture here I think a good deal of. I stood and looked at it pretty often. It reminded me of someone the first day I set eyes on it, but it was quite a time before I made up my mind who it was. It used to drive me half dotty trying to think it out." "Which one was it?" asked Strangeways. "We're coming to it. I want to see if it reminds you of anyone, and I want you to see it sudden. It's got to be sudden," he had said to the Duke. "If it's going to pan out, I believe it's got to be sudden. That's why I had the rest of 'em left dim. I told Pearson to leave a lamp I could turn up quick," he said to Strangeways. The lamp was on a table near by, and was shaded by a screen. He took it from the shadow and lifted it suddenly, so that its full gleam fell upon the portrait of the handsome youth, with the lace collar and the dark drooping eyes. It was done in a second, with a dramatically unexpected swiftness. His heart jumped up and down. "Who's that?" he demanded, with abruptness so sharp-pitched that the gallery echoed with the sound. "Who's that?" He heard a hard, quick gasp. a sound which was momentarily a little horrible, as if the man's soul was being jerked out of its body's depths. "Who is he?" he cried again. "Tell me." After the gasp, Strangeways stood still and stared. His eyes were glued to the canvas. Drops of sweat came out on his forehead, and he was shuddering. He began to back away with a look of gruesome struggle. He backed and stared and stared. The gasp came twice again, and then his voice seemed to tear itself loose from some power that was holding it back. "That," he cried, "it is Miles Hugo." The last words were almost a shout, and he shook as if he would have fallen. But Tembarom put his hand on his shoulder and held him, breathing him fast himself. "Gee, if it wasn't like a thing in a play!" "Page at the court of Charles II," he rattled off. "Died of smallpox when he was 19. Miles Hugo! Miles Hugo! You hold on to that for all you're worth, and hold on to me. I'll keep you steady. Say it again." "Miles Hugo!" The poor majestic-looking fellow almost sobbed it. "Where am I? What is the name of this place?" "It's Temple Barholm in the county of Lancashire, England. Hold on to that, too, like thunder." Strangeways held the young man's arm with hands that clutched. He dragged at him. His nightmare held him yet. Tembarom saw it, but flashes of light were blinding him. "Who," he pleaded in a shaking and hollow whisper, "are you?" Here was a stumper, by jings, and not a minute to think it out. But the answer came all right. "My name's Tembarom. Tembarom." And he grinned his splendid grin from sheer sense of relief. "I'm a New Yorker. Brooklyn. I was just forked in here, anyhow. Don't you waste time thinking over me. You sit down here and do your darndest with Miles Hugo." End of chapter 32. Read by Sandra. Chapter 33 of Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 33. Tembarom did not look as though he had slept particularly well, Miss Alicia thought when they met the next morning. But when she asked him whether he had been disappointed in his last night's experiment, he answered that he had not. The experiment had come out all right, but Strangeways had been a good deal worked up, and had not been able to sleep until daylight. Sir Ormsby Galloway was to arrive in the afternoon, and he'd probably give him something quieting. Had the coming downstairs seemed to help him to recall anything? Miss Alicia naturally inquired. Tembarom thought it had. He drove to Stonehover and spent the morning with the Duke. He even lunched with him. He returned in time to receive Sir Ormsby Galloway, however, and until that great personage left, they were together in Mr. Strangeways' rooms. "I guess I shall get him up to London to the place where Sir Ormsby wants him," he said, rather nervously, after dinner. "I'm not going to miss any chances. If he'll go, I can get him away quietly sometime when I can fix it so there's no one about to worry him." She felt that he had no inclination to go much into detail. He never had the habit of entering into the details connected with his strange charge. She believed it was because he felt the subject too abnormal not to seem a little awesome to her sympathetic timidity. She did not ask questions because she was afraid she could not ask them intelligently. In fact, the knowledge that this unknown man was living through his struggle with his lost past in the remote rooms of the West Wing, almost as though he were a secret prisoner, did seem a little awesome when one awoke in the middle of the dark night and thought of it. During the passage of the next few weeks, Tembarom went up to London several times. Once he seemed called there suddenly, as it was only during dinner that he told her he was going to take a late train and should leave the house after she had gone to bed. She felt as though something important must have happened, and hoped it was nothing disturbing. When he had said that Captain Palliser would return to visit them, her private impression, despite his laugh, had been that it must surely be some time before this would occur. But a little more than 3 weeks later he appeared, preceded only half an hour by a telegram asking whether he might not spend a night with them on his way farther north. He could not at all understand why the telegram, which he said he had sent the day before, had been delayed. A certain fatigued haggardness in his countenance caused Miss Alicia to ask whether he had been ill, and he admitted that he had at least not been well as a result of long and too hurried journeys, and the strenuousness of extended and profoundly serious interviews with his capitalist and magnates. No man can engineer gigantic schemes to success without feeling the reaction when his load drops from his shoulders, he remarked. "You've carried it quite through?" inquired Tembarom. "We have set on foot one of the largest, most substantially capitalized companies in the European business world," Palliser replied with the composure which is almost indifference. "Good," said Tembarom cheerfully. He watched his guest a good deal during the day. He was a bad colour for a man who had just steered clear of all shoals and reached the highest point of success. He had a haggard eye as well as a haggard face. It was a terrified eye, when its desperate determination to hide its terrors dropped from it for an instant, as a veil might drop. A certain restlessness was manifest in him, and he talked more than usual. He was going to make a visit in Northumberland to an elderly lady of great possessions. It was to be vaguely gathered that she was somewhat interested in the great company, the Cedric. She was a remarkable old person who found a certain agreeable excitement in dabbling in stocks. She was rich enough to be in a position to regard it as a sort of game, and he had been able on several occasions to afford her entertainment. He would remain a few days, and spend his time chiefly in telling her the details of the great scheme and the manner in which they were to be developed. "If she can play with things that way, she'd be sure to want stock in it," Tembarom remarked. "If she does, she must make up her mind quickly," Palliser smiled, "or she will not be able to get it. It's not easy to lay one's hands on even now." Tembarom thought of certain speculators of entirely insignificant standing of whom he had chanced to see and hear anecdotes in New York. Most of them were youths of obscure origin who sold newspapers or blacked boots, or swapped articles the value of which lay in the desire they could excite in other persons to possess them. A popular method known as bluff was their most trusted weapon, and even at 12 and 15 years of age Tembarom had always regarded it as singularly obvious. He always detested bluff, whatsoever its disguise, and was rather mystified by its ingenious faith in itself. "He's got badly stung," was his internal comment as he sucked at his pipe and smiled urbanely at Palliser across the room as they sat together. "He's come here with some sort of deal on that he knows he couldn't work with anyone but just such a fool as he thinks I am. I guess," he added in composed reflectiveness, "I don't really know how big a fool I do look." Whatsoever the deal was, he would be likely to let it be known in time. "He'll get it off his chest if he's going away tomorrow," decided Tembarom. "If there's anything he's found out, he'll use it. If it doesn't pan out as he thinks it will, he'll just float away to his old lady." He gave Palliser every chance, talking to him and encouraging him to talk, even asking him to let him look over the prospectus of the new company and explain details to him as he was going to explain them to the old lady in Northumberland. He opened up avenues, but for a time Palliser made no attempt to stroll down them. His walk would be a stroll, Tembarom knew, being familiar with his methods. His aspect would be that of a man but little concerned. He would be capable of a slightly rude coldness if he felt that concern on his part was in any degree counted as a factor. Tembarom was aware, among other things, that innocent persons would feel that it was incumbent upon them to be very careful in their treatment of him. He seemed to be thinking things over before he decided upon the psychological moment at which he would begin, if he began. When a man had a good deal to lose or to win, Tembarom realized that he would be likely to hold back until he felt something like solid ground under him. After Miss Alicia had left them for the night, perhaps he felt, as a result of thinking the matter over, that he had reached a foothold of a firmness at least somewhat to be depended upon. "What a change you've made to that poor woman's life," he said, walking to the side table and helping himself to a brandy and soda. "What a change!" "It struck me that a change was needed, just about the time I dropped in," answered his host. "All the same," suggested Palliser tolerantly, "you were immensely generous. She wasn't entitled to expect it, you know." "She didn't expect anything, not a darned thing," said Tembarom. "That was what hit me." Palliser smiled a cold, amiable smile. His slim, neatly fitted person looked a little shrunken and less straight than was its habit, and his slackness suggested itself as being part of the hurry and fatigue which made his face and eyes haggard under his pale smooth hair. "Do you purpose to provide for the future of all your indigent relatives, even to the third and fourth generation, my dear chap?" he inquired. "I won't refuse till I'm asked, anyhow," was the answer. "Asked?" Palliser repeated. "I'm one of them, you know, and Lady Mallow is another. There are lots of us when we come out of our holes. If it's only a matter of asking, we might all descend on you." Tembarom, smiling, wondered whether they hadn't descended already, and whether the descent had so far been all that they had anticipated. Palliser strolled down his opened avenue with an incidental air which was entirely creditable to his training of himself. Tembarom acknowledged that much. "You're too generous," said Palliser. "You're the sort of fellow who will always need all he has and more, the way you go among the villagers. You think you merely slouch about and keep it quiet, but you don't. You've set an example no other landowner can expect to live up to or intends to. It's too lavish. It's pernicious, dear chap. I've heard all about the cottage you're doing over for Pearson and his bride. You'd better invest in the Cedric." Tembarom wanted him to go on if there was anything in it. He made his face look as he knew Palliser hoped it would look when the psychological moment came. Its expression was not a deterrent. In fact, it had a character not unlikely to lead an eager man, or one who was not as wholly experienced as he believed he was, to rush down a steep hill into the sea after the manner of the swine in the parable. Heaven knew Palliser did not mean to rush, and was not aware when the rush began, but he had reason to be so much more eager than he professed to be that momentarily he swerved, despite himself, and ceased to be casual. "It is an enormous opportunity," he said. "Timberlands in Mexico, you know. If you had spent your life in England, you would realize that timber has become a desperate necessity, and that the difficulties which exist in the way of supplying the demand are almost insuperable. These forests are virtually boundless, and the company which controls them—" "That's a good spiel," broke in Tembarom. It sounded like the crudely artless interruption of a person whose perceptions left much to be desired. Tembarom knew what it sounded like. If Palliser lost his temper, he would get over the ground faster, and he wanted him to get over the ground. "I'm afraid I don't understand," he replied rather stiffly. "There was a fellow I knew in New York. He used to sell typewriters, and he had a thing to say he used to reel off when any one looked like a customer. He used to call it his spiel." Palliser's quick glance at him asked questions, and his stiffness did not relax itself. "Is this New York chaff?" he inquired coldly. "No," Tembarom said. "You're not doing it for 10 per. He was." "No, not exactly," said Palliser. "Neither would you be doing it for 10 per if you went into it." His voice changed. He became slightly haughty. "Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to think you might care to connect yourself with it. You have not, of course, been in a position to comprehend such matters." "If I was what I looked like, that'd stir me up and make me feel bad," thought Tembarom, with cheerful comprehension of this, at least. "I'd have to rush in and try to prove to him that I was as accustomed to big business as he is, and that it didn't rattle me. The way to do it that would come most natural would be to show I was ready to buy as big a block of stock as any other fellow." But the expression of his face did not change. He only gave a half-awkward sort of laugh. "I guess I can learn," he said. Palliser felt the foothold become firmer. The bounder was interested, but after a bounder's fashion was either nervous or imagined that a show of hesitation looked shrewd. The slight hit made at his inexperience in investment had irritated him and made him feel less cocksure of himself. A slightly offended manner might be the best weapon to rely on. "I thought you might care to have the thing made clear for you," he continued indifferently. "I meant to explain. You may take the chance or leave it as you like, of course. That's nothing to me at this stage of the game. But after all, we are, as I said, relatives of a sort, and it's a gigantic opportunity. Suppose we change the subject. Is that the Sunday Earth I see by you on the table?" He leaned forward to take the paper, as though the subject really were dropped. But after a seemingly nervous suck or two at his pipe, Tembarom came to his assistance. It wouldn't do to let him quiet down too much. "I am no Van Morgenbilt," he said hesitatingly, "but I can see that it's a big opportunity for someone else. Let's have a look over the prospectus again." Palliser paused in his unconcerned opening of the copy of the Sunday Earth. His manner somewhat disgustedly implied indecision as to whether it was worth while to allow oneself to be dropped and taken up by turns. "Do you really mean that?" he asked, with a certain chill of voice. "Yes, I don't mind trying to catch on to what's going on in any big scheme." Palliser did not lay aside his suggestion of cold semi-reluctance more readily than any man who knew his business would have laid it aside. His manner at the outset was quite perfect. His sole ineptitude lay in his feeling a too great confidence in the exact quality of his companion's type, as he summed it up. He did not calculate on the variations from all type sometimes provided by circumstances. He produced his papers without too obvious eagerness. He spread them upon the table and coolly examined them himself before beginning his explanation. There was more to explain to a foreigner, and one unused to investment, than there would be to a man who was an Englishman and familiar with the methods of large companies, he said. He went into technicalities, so to speak, and used rapidly and lightly some imposing words and phrases to which Tembarom listened attentively, but without any special air of illumination. He dealt with statistics and the resulting probabilities. He made apparent the existing condition of England's inability to supply an enormous and unceasing demand for timber. He had acquired divers excellent methods of stating his case to the party of the second part. He made me feel as if a fellow had better hold on to a box of matches like grim death, and that the time wasn't out of sight when you'd have to give $57.50 for a toothpick, Tembarom afterwards said to the Duke. What Tembarom was thinking as he listened to him was that he was not getting over the ground with much rapidity, and that it was time something was doing. He had not watched him for weeks without learning divers of his idiosyncrasies. "If he thought I wanted to know what he thinks, I'd a heap rather not know. He'd never tell me," he speculated. "If he gets a bit hot in the collar, he may let it out. Thing is to stir him up. He's lost his nerve a bit, and he'll get mad pretty easy." He went on smoking and listening, and asking an unenlightened question now and then, in a manner which was as far from being a deterrent as the largely unillumined expression of his face was. "Of course money is wanted," Palliser said at length. "Money is always wanted, and as much when a scheme is a success as when it is not. Good names with a certain character are wanted. The fact of your inheritance is known everywhere, and the fact that you are an American is a sort of guarantee of shrewdness." "Is it?" said Tembarom. "Well," he added slowly, "I guess Americans are pretty good business men." Palliser thought that this was evolving upon perfectly natural lines, as he had anticipated it would. The fellow was flattered and pleased. You could always reach an American by implying that he was one of those who specially illustrate enviable national characteristics. He went on in smooth, casual laudation. "No American takes hold of a scheme of this sort until he knows jolly well what he's going to get out of it. You were shrewd enough," he added significantly, "about Hutchison's affair. You got in on the ground floor there. That was New York forethought, by Jove." Tembarom shuffled a little in his chair and grinned a faint, pleased grin. "I'm a man of the world, my boy, the business world," Palliser commented, hoping that he concealed his extreme satisfaction. "I know New York, though I haven't lived there. I'm only hoping to. Your air of ingenuous ignorance is the cleverest thing about you," which agreeable implication of the fact that he had been privately observant and impressed ought to have fetched the bounder, if anything would. Tembarom's grin was no longer faint, but spread itself. Palliser's first impression was that he had fetched him, but when he answered, though the very crudeness of his words seemed merely the result of his betrayal into utter tactlessness by soothed vanity, there was something, a shade of something, not entirely satisfactory in his face and nasal twang. "Well, I guess," he said, "New York did teach a fellow not to buy a gold brick off every con man that came along." Palliser was guilty of a mere ghost of a start. Was there something in it, or was he only the gross blundering fool he had trusted to his being? He stared at him a moment, and saw there was something under the words and behind his professedly flattered grin, something which must be treated with a high hand. "What do you mean?" he exclaimed haughtily. "I don't like your tone. Do you take me for what you call a con man?" "Good Lord, no," answered Tembarom, and he looked straight at Palliser and spoke slowly. You're a gentleman, and you're paying me a visit. You could no more try on a game to do me in my own house than than I could tell you if I got on to you if I saw you doing it. You're a gentleman." Palliser glared back into his infuriatingly candid eyes. He was a far cry from being a dullard himself. He was sharp enough to catch on to the revelation that the situation was not what he had thought it. The type was more complex than he had dreamed. The chap had been playing a part. He had absolutely been jollying him along after the New York fashion. He became pale with humiliated rage, though he knew his only defense was to control himself and profess not to see through the trick. "Until he could use his big lever," he added to himself. "Oh, I see," he commented acridly. "I suppose you don't realize that your figures of speech are unfortunate." "That comes of New York streets, too," Tembarom answered with deliberation. "But you can't live as I've lived and be dead easy. Not dead easy." Palliser had left his chair and stood in contemptuous silence. "You know how a fellow hates to be thought dead easy." Tembarom actually went to the insolent length of saying the words with a touch of tearful confidingness. "When he's not, and I'm not. Have another drink." There was a pause. Palliser began to see, or thought he began to see, where he stood. He'd come to Temple Bar Home because he'd been driven into a corner and had a dangerous fight before him. In anticipation of it, he'd been following a clue for some time, though at the outset it had been one of incredible slightness. Only his absolute faith in his theory that every man had something to gain or lose, which he concealed discreetly, had led him to it. He held a card too valuable to be used at the beginning of a game. Its power might have lasted a long time and proved an influence without limit. He forbore any mental reference to blackmail. The word was absurd. One used what fell into one's hands. If Tembarom had followed his lead with any degree of docility, he would have felt it wiser to save his ammunition until further pressure was necessary. But behind his ridiculous rawness, his foolish jocularity, and his professedly candid good humour, had been hidden the Yankee trickster who was fool enough to think he could play his game through. Well, he could not. During the few moments' pause, he saw the situation as by a photographic flashlight. He leaned over the table and supplied himself with a fresh brandy and soda from the tray of siphons and decanters. He gave himself time to take the glass up in his hand. "No," he answered, "you're not dead easy. That's why I'm going to broach another subject to you." Tembarom was refilling his pipe. "Go ahead," he said. "Who, by the way, is Mr. Strangeways?" He was deliberate and entirely unemotional. So was T. Tembarom when, with match applied to his tobacco, he replied between puffs as he lighted it. "You can search me. You can search him, too, for that matter. He doesn't know who he is himself." "Bad luck for him," remarked Palliser, and allowed a slight pause again. After it he added, "Did it ever strike you it might be good luck for somebody else?" "Somebody else?" Tembarom puffed more slowly, perhaps because his pipe was lighted. Palliser took some brandy in his soda. "There are men, you know," he suggested, "who can be spared by their relatives. I have some myself, by Jove," he added with a laugh. "You keep him rather dark, don't you?" "He doesn't like to see people." "Does he object to people seeing him? I saw him once myself." "When you threw gravel at his window?" Palliser stared contemptuously. "What are you talking about? I did not throw stones at his window," he lied. "I'm not a schoolboy." "That's so," Tembarom admitted. "I saw him, nevertheless, and I can tell you he gave me rather a start." "Why?" Palliser half laughed again. He did not mean to go too quickly. He would let the thing get on Tembarom's nerves gradually. "Well, I'm hanged if I didn't take him for a man who's dead." "Enough to give any fellow a jolt," Tembarom admitted again. "It gave me a jolt. Good word, that. But it would give you a bigger one, my dear fellow, if he was the man he looked like." "Why?" Tembarom asked laconically. "He looked like Jem Temple Barham." He saw Tembarom start. There could be no denying it. "You thought that, honest?" he said sharply, as if for a moment he'd lost his head. "You thought that?" "Don't be nervous. Perhaps I couldn't have sworn to it. I did not see him very close." T. Tembarom puffed rapidly at his pipe and only ejaculated, "Oh!" Of course he's dead. If he wasn't, with a shrug of his shoulders, Lady Joan Fair would be Lady Joan Temple Barham, and the pair would be bringing up an interesting family here. He looked about the room, and then, as if suddenly recalling the fact, added, "By George, you'd be selling newspapers, or making them, which was it, in New York?" It was by no means unpleasing to see that he had made his hit here. Tembarom swung about and walked across the room with a sudden perturbed expression. "Say," he put it to him, coming back, "are you in earnest, or are you just saying it to give me a jolt?" Palliser studied him. The American sharpness was not always so keen as it sometimes seemed. His face would have betrayed his uneasiness to the dullest onlooker. "Have you any objection to my seeing him in his own room?" Palliser inquired. "It does him harm to see people," Tembarom said with nervous brusqueness. "It worries him." Palliser smiled a quiet but far from agreeable smile. He enjoyed what he put into it. "Quite so. Best to keep him quiet," he returned. "Do you know what my advice would be? Put him in a comfortable sanatorium. A lot of stupid investigations would end in nothing, of course, but they'd be a frightful bore." He thought it extraordinarily stupid in Tembarom to come nearer to him with an anxious eagerness entirely unconcealed, if he really knew what he was doing. "Are you sure that if you saw him close you'd know, so that you could swear to him?" he demanded. "You're extremely nervous, aren't you?" Palliser watched him with smiling coolness. "Of course Jem Temple Barham is dead, but I've no doubt that if I saw this man of yours I could swear he had remained dead if I were asked." "If you knew him well, you could make me sure. You could swear one way or another." "I want to be sure," said Tembarom. "So should I, in your place. Couldn't be too sure. Well, since you ask me, I could swear. I knew him well enough. He was one of my most intimate enemies. What do you say to letting me see him?" "I would if I could," Tembarom replied, as if thinking it over. "I would if I could." Palliser treated him to the far from pleasing smile again. "But it's quite impossible at present," he suggested. "Excitement is not good for him, and all that sort of thing. You want time to think it over?" Tembarom's slowly uttered answer, spoken as if he were still considering the matter, was far from being the one he had expected. "I want time, but that's not the reason you can't see him right now. You can't see him because he's not here. He's gone." Then it was Palliser who started, taken totally unaware, in a manner which disgusted him altogether. He had to pull himself up. "He's gone?" he repeated. "You're quicker than I thought. You've got him safely away, have you? Well, I told you a comfortable sanatorium would be a good idea." "Yes, you did." Tembarom hesitated, seeming to be thinking it over again. "That's so." He laid his pipe aside because it had gone out. He suddenly sat down at the table, putting his elbows on it and his face in his hands, with a harried effect of wanting to think it over in a sort of withdrawal from his immediate surroundings. This was as it should be. His Yankee readiness had deserted him altogether. "By Jove, you are nervous," Palliser commented. "It's not surprising, though. I can sympathize with you." With a markedly casual air he himself sat down and drew his documents toward him. "Let us talk of something else," he said. He preferred to be casual and incidental if he were allowed. It was always better to suggest things and let them sink in until people saw the advantage of considering them, and you. To manage a business matter without open argument or too frank a display of weapons was at once more comfortable and in better taste. "You are making a great mistake in not going into this," he suggested amiably. "You could go in now as you went into Hutchinson's affair on the ground floor. That's a good enough phrase, too. £20,000 would make you £1,000,000. You Americans understand nothing less than millions." But Tembarom did not take him up. He muttered in a worried way from behind his shading hands, "We'll talk about that later." "Why not talk about it now, before anything can interfere?" Palliser persisted politely, almost gently. Tembarom sprang up, restless and excited. He'd plainly been planning fast in his temporary seclusion. "I'm thinking of what you said about Lady Joan," he burst forth. "Say, she's gone through all this Jem Temple Barham thing once. It about half killed her. If anyone raised false hopes for her, she'd go through it all again. Once is enough for any woman." His effect at professing heat and strong feeling made a spark of amusement show itself in Palliser's eye. It struck him as being peculiarly American in its affectation of sentiment and chivalry. "I see," he said. "It's Lady Joan you're disturbed about. You want to spare her another shock. I see. You are a considerate fellow, as well as a man of business." "I don't want her to begin to hope if—" "Very good taste on your part." Palliser's polite approval was admirable, but he tapped lightly on the paper after expressing it. "I don't want to seem to press you about this, but don't you feel inclined to consider it? I can assure you that an investment of this sort would be a good thing to depend on if the unexpected happened. If you gave me your check now, it would be Cedric's stock tomorrow and quite safe. Suppose you— I don't believe you were right about what you thought." The sharp-featured face was changing from pale to red. "You'd have to be able to swear to it, anyhow, and I don't believe you can." He looked at Palliser in eager and anxious uncertainty. "If you could," he dragged out, "I shouldn't have a cheque-book. Where would you be then?" "I should be in comfortable circumstances, dear chap, and so would you if you gave me the money tonight, while you possess a cheque-book. It would be only a sort of temporary loan in any case, whatever turned up. The investment would quadruple itself, but there's no time to be lost. Understand that." Tembarom broke out in a sort of boyish resentment. "I don't believe he did look like him, anyhow," he cried. "I believe it's all a bluff." His crude-sounding young swagger had a touch of final desperation in it as he turned on Palliser. "I'm dead sure it's a bluff. What a fool I was not to think of that. You want to bluff me into going into this Cedric thing. You could no more swear he was like him than I could." The outright, presumptuous, bold stripping bare of his phrases infuriated Palliser too suddenly and too much. He stepped up to him and looked into his eyes. "Bluff you young bounder!" he flung out at him. "You're losing your head. We're not in New York streets here. You're talking to a gentleman. No," he said furiously, "I couldn't swear that he was like him. But what I can swear in any court of justice is that the man I saw at the window was Jem Temple Barham and no other man on earth." When he'd said it, he saw the astonishing dolt change his expression entirely again as if in a flash. He stood up, putting his hands in his pockets. His face changed, his voice changed. "Fine!" he said. "First rate! That's what I wanted to get on to." End of chapter 33. Read by Sandra.
Chapter 34 of Tembarom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Tembarom by Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 34. After this climax, the interview was not so long as it was interesting. Two men as far apart as the poles, as remote from each other in mind and body, in training and education or lack of it, in desires and intentions, in points of view and trend of being, as nature and circumstances could make them, talked in a language foreign to each other of a wildly strange thing. Palliser's arguments and points of aspect were less unknown to Tembarom than his own were to Palliser. He had seen something very like them before, though they had developed in different surroundings and had been differently expressed. The colloquialism, "You're not doing that for your health," can be made to cover much ground in the way of stripping bare of motives for action. This was what, in excellent and well-chosen English, Captain Palliser frankly said to his host. Of nothing which Tembarom said to him in his own statement did he believe one word or syllable. The statement in question was not long or detailed. It was, of course, Palliser saw, a ridiculously impudent flinging together of a farrago of nonsense, transparent in its effort beyond belief. Before he had listened 5 minutes with the distinctly nasty smile, he burst out laughing. "That's a good spiel, my dear chap," he said. "It's as good a spiel as your typewriter friend used to rattle off when he thought he saw a customer. But I'm not a customer." Tembarom looked at him interestedly for about 10 seconds. His hands were thrust into his trousers pockets, as was his almost invariable custom. Absorption and speculation, even emotion and excitement, were usually expressed in this unconventional manner. "You don't believe a darned word of it," was his sole observation. "Not a darned word," Palliser smiled. "You are trying a bluff, which doesn't do credit to your usual sharpness. It's a bluff that is actually silly. It makes you look like an ass." "Well, it's true," said Tembarom. "It's true." Palliser laughed again. "I only said it makes you look like an ass," he remarked. "I don't profess to understand you altogether, because you are a new species. Your combination of ignorance and sharpness isn't easy to calculate on. But there is one thing I have found out, and that is that when you want to play a particular sharp trick, you are willing to let people take you for a fool. I'll own you've deceived me once or twice, even when I suspected you. I've heard that one of the most successful methods used in the American business world. That's why I only say you look like an ass. You are an ass in some respects, but you are letting yourself look like one now for some shrewd end. You either think you'll slip out of danger by it when I make this discovery public, or you think you'll somehow trick me into keeping my mouth shut." "I needn't trick you into keeping your mouth shut," Tembarom suggested. "There's a straight way to do that, ain't there?" And he indelicately waved his hand toward the documents pertaining to the Cedric Company. It was stupid as well as gross, in his hearer's opinion. If he had known what was good for him, he would have been clever enough to ignore the practical presentation of his case made half an hour or so earlier. "No, there is not," Palliser replied with serene mendacity. "No suggestion of that sort has been made. My business proposition was given out on an entirely different basis. You, of course, choose to put your personal construction upon it." "Gee whiz!" ejaculated T. Tembarom. "I was way off, wasn't I?" "I told you that professing to be an ass wouldn't be good enough in this case." "Don't go on with it," said Palliser sharply. "You're throwing bouquets. Let a fellow be natural," said Tembarom. "That is bluff too," Palliser replied more sharply still. "I am not taken in by it, bold as it is. Ever since you came here, you have been playing this game. It was your fool's grin and guffaw and pretense of good nature that first made me suspect you of having something up your sleeve. You were too unembarrassed and candid. So you began to look out, Tembarom said, considering him curiously, just because of that. Then suddenly he laughed outright, the fool's guffaw. It somehow gave Palliser a sort of puzzled look. It was so hearty that it remotely suggested that he appeared to be more secure than seemed possible. He tried to reply to him with a languid contempt of manner. You think you have some tremendously sharp deal in your hand, he said, but you had better remember you are in England, where facts are like sledgehammers. You can't dodge from under them as you can in America. I dare say you won't answer me, but I should like to ask you what you propose to do. I don't know what I'm going to do any more than you do, was the unilluminating answer. I don't mind telling you that. And what do you think he will do? I've got to wait till I find out. I'm doing it. That was what I told you. What are you going to do? He added casually. I'm going to Lincoln's Inn Fields to have an interview with Palford and Grimby. That's a good enough move, commented Tembarom. If you think you can prove what you say, you've got to prove things you know. I couldn't, so I lay low and waited, just like I told you. Of course. Palliser himself almost grinned in his derision. You have only been waiting. When you've got to prove a thing and haven't much to go on, you've got to wait, said Tembarom. To wait and keep your mouth shut, whatever happens, and to let yourself be taken for a fool or a horse thief isn't as gilt-edged a job as it seems. But proof's what it's best to have before you ring up the curtain. You'd have to have it yourself. So would Palford and Grimby before it'd be stone cold safe to rush things and accuse a man of a penitentiary offense. He took his unconventional half seat on the edge of the table, with one foot on the floor and the other one lightly swinging. Palford and Grimby are clever old ducks, and they know that much. Thing they'd know best would be that to set a raft of lies going about a man who's got money enough to defend himself and to make them pay big damages for it afterward would be pretty bum business. I guess they know all about what proof stands for. They may have to wait. So may you, same as I have. Palliser realized that he was in the position of a man striking at an adversary whose construction was of India rubber. He struck home, but left no bruise and drew no blood, which was an irritating thing. He lost his temper. Proof, he jerked out. There will be proof enough, and when it is made public, you will not control the money you threaten to use. When you get proof, just you let me hear about it, Tembarom said, and all the money I'm threatening on shall go where it belongs, and I'll go back to New York and sell papers if I have to. It won't come as hard as you think. The flippant insolence with which he brazened out his pretense that he had not lied that his ridiculous romance was actual and simple truth, suggested dangerous readiness of device and secret knowledge of power, which could be adroitly used. "You are merely marking time," said Palliser, rising, with cold determination to be juggled with no longer. "You have hidden him away where you think you can do as you please with a man who is an invalid. That is your dodge. You've got him hidden somewhere, and his friends had better get at him before it is too late." "I'm not answering questions this evening, and I'm not giving addresses, though there are no witnesses to take them down. If he's hidden away, he's where he won't be disturbed," was Tembarom's rejoinder. "You may lay your bottom dollar on that." Palliser walked toward the door without speaking. He had almost reached it when he whirled about, involuntarily arrested by a shout of laughter. "Say," announced Tembarom, "you mayn't know it, but this layout would make a first-rate turn in a vaudeville. You think I'm lying. I look like I'm lying. I guess every word I say sounds like I'm lying. To a fellow like you, I guess it couldn't help but sound that way. And I'm not lying. That's where the joke comes in. I'm not lying. I've not told you all I know because it's none of your business and wouldn't help. But what I have told you is the stone-cold truth." He was keeping it up to the very end with a desperate determination not to let go his hold of his pose until he had made his private shrewd deal, whatsoever it was. At least so it struck Palliser, who merely said, "I'm leaving the house by the first train tomorrow morning." He fixed a cold gray eye on the fool's grin. 6:45, said Tembarom. "I'll order the carriage. I might go up myself." The door closed. Tembarom was looking cheerful enough when he went into his bedroom. He had become used to its size and had learned to feel that it was a good sort of place. It had the hall bedroom at Mrs. Bowser's boarding house beaten to a frazzle. There was about everything in it that any man could hatch up an idea he'd like to have. He had slept luxuriously on the splendid carved bed through long nights. He had lain awake and thought out things on it. He had lain and watched the firelight flickering on the ceiling as he thought about Ann and made plans and fixed up the Harlem flat which could be run on 15 per. He had picked out the pieces of furniture from the Sunday Earth advertisement sheet and had set them in their places. He always saw the $6 mahogany stained table set for supper, with Ann at one end and himself at the other. He had actually grown fond of the old room because of the silence and the comfort of it, which tended to give reality to his dreams. Pearson, who had ceased to look anxious and who had acquired fresh accomplishments in the form of an entirely new set of duties, was waiting and handed him a telegram. "This just arrived, sir," he explained. "James brought it here because he thought you had come up. and I didn't send it down because I heard you on the stairs." "That's right. Thank you, Pearson," his master said. He tore the yellow envelope and read the message. In a moment Pearson knew it was not an ordinary message, and therefore remained more than ordinarily impassive of expression. He did not even ask of himself what it might convey. Mr. Tembarom stood still a few seconds with a look of a man who must think, and think rapidly. "What is the next train to London, Pearson?" he asked. "There is one at 12:36, sir," he answered. "It's the last till 6 in the morning. You have to change at Crowley." "You're always ready, Pearson," returned Mr. Tembarom. "I want to get that train." Pearson was always ready. Before the last word was quite spoken, he had turned and opened the bedroom door. "I'll order the dog cart. That's quickest, sir," he said. He was out of the room and in again almost immediately. Then he was at the wardrobe and taking out what Mr. Tembarom called his grip, but what Pearson knew as a Gladstone bag. It was always kept ready packed for unexpected emergencies of travel. Mr. Tembarom sat at the table and drew pen and paper toward him. He looked excited. He looked more troubled than Pearson had seen him look before. "The wires from Sir Ormsby Galloway, Pearson," he said. "It's about Mr. Strangeways. He's done what I used to be always watching out against. He's disappeared." "Disappeared, sir?" cried Pearson, and almost dropped the Gladstone bag. "I beg pardon, sir. I know there's no time to lose." He steadied the bag and went on with his task without even turning around. His master was in some difficulty. He began to write, and after dashing off a few words, stopped and tore them up. "No," he muttered, "that won't do. There's no time to explain." Then he began again, but tore up his next lines also. "That says too much and not enough. It'll frighten the life out of her." He wrote again and ended by folding the sheet and putting it into an envelope. "This is a message from Miss Alicia," he said to Pearson. "Give it to her in the morning. I don't want her to worry because I had to go in a hurry. Tell her everything's going to be all right. But you needn't mention that anything's happened to Mr. Strangeways." "Yes, sir," answered Pearson. Mr. Tembarom was already moving about the room, doing odd things for himself rapidly, and he went on speaking. "I want you and Rose to know," he said, "that whatever happens, you are both fixed all right. Both of you. I've seen to that." "Thank you, sir," Pearson faltered, made uneasy by something new in his tone. "You said whatever happens, sir." "Whatever old thing happens." His master took him up. "Not to you, sir. Oh, I hope, sir, that nothing—" Mr. Tembarom put a cheerful hand on his shoulder. "Nothing's going to happen that'll hurt anyone. Things may change, that's all. You and Rose are all right. Miss Alicia's all right. I'm all right. Come along. Got to catch that train." In this manner he took his departure. Miss Alicia had from necessity acquired the habit of early rising at Rowcroft Vicarage, and as the next morning was bright, she was clipping roses on a terrace before breakfast when Pearson brought her the note. "Mr. Temple Barholm received a telegram from London last night, ma'am," he explained, "and he was obliged to take the midnight train. He hadn't time to do any more than leave a few lines for you, but he asked me to tell you that nothing disturbing had occurred. He specially mentioned that everything was all right." "But how very sudden!" exclaimed Miss Alicia, opening her note and beginning to read it. Plainly it had been written hurriedly indeed. It read as though he had been in such haste that he hadn't had time to be clear. "Dear little Miss Alicia, I've got to light out of here as quick as I can make it. I can't even stop to tell you why. There's just one thing. Don't get rattled, Miss Alicia. Whatever anyone says or does, just don't let yourself get rattled. Yours affectionately." "Pearson," Miss Alicia exclaimed again, looking up. "Are you sure everything is all right?" "That was what he said, ma'am. All right, ma'am." "Thank you, Pearson. I'm glad to hear it." She walked to and fro in the sunshine, reading the note and rereading it. Of course, if he said it was all right, it was all right, she murmured. "It is only the phrasing that makes me slightly nervous. Why should he ask me not to get rattled?" The term was by this time as familiar to her as any of Dr. Johnson's dictionary. "Of course, he knows I do get rattled much too easily, but why should I be in danger of getting rattled now if nothing has happened?" She gave a very small start as she remembered something. Could it be that Captain Palliser? But how could he? Though I do not like Captain Palliser. Captain Palliser, her distaste for whom at the moment quite agitated her, was this morning an early riser also, and as she turned in her walk she found him coming toward her. "I find I am obliged to take an early train to London this morning," he said, after their exchange of greetings. "It is quite unexpected. I spoke to Mr. Temple Barholm about it last night. Perhaps the unexpectedness, perhaps a certain suggestion of coincidence, caused Miss Alicia's side ringlets to appear momentarily tremulous. Then perhaps we had better go in to breakfast at once," she said. "Is Mr. Temple Barholm down?" he inquired as they seated themselves at the breakfast table. "He is not here," she answered. "He, too, was called away unexpectedly. He went to London by the midnight train." She had never been so aware of her unquestioned lack of liking for Captain Palliser as she was when he paused a moment before he made any comment. His pause was as marked as a start, and the smile he indulged in was, she felt, most singularly disagreeable. It was a smile of the order which conceals an unpleasant explanation of itself. "Oh, he remarked. "He has gone first, has he?" "Yes," she answered, pouring out his coffee for him. "He evidently had business of importance." They were quite alone, and she was not one of the women one need disturb oneself about. She had been browbeaten into hypersensitive timidity early in life, and did not know how to resent cleverly managed polite bullying. She would always feel herself at fault if she was tempted to criticize anyone. She was innocent and nervous enough to betray herself to any extent, because she would feel it rude to refuse to answer questions, howsoever far they exceeded the limits of polite curiosity. He had learned a good deal from her in the past. Why not try what could be startled out of her now? Thus, Captain Palliser said, "I dare say you feel a little anxious at such an extraordinarily sudden departure," he suggested amiably. Bolting off in the middle of the night was sudden, if he did not explain himself. "He had no time to explain," she answered. "That makes it appear all the more sudden. But no doubt he left you a message. I saw you were reading a note when I joined you on the terrace." Lightly casual as he chose to make the words sound, they were an audacity he would have known better than to allow himself with anyone but a timid early Victorian spinster whose politeness was hypersensitive in its quality. "He particularly desired that I should not be anxious," she said. "He is always considerate." He would, of course, have explained everything if he had not been so hurried. "Of course, if it had been necessary," answered Miss Alicia, nervously sipping her tea. "Naturally," said Captain Palliser. "His note no doubt mentioned that he went away on business connected with his friend Mr. Strangeways." There was no question of the fact that she was startled. "He had not time enough," she said. "He could only write a few lines." "Mr. Strangeways?" "We had a long talk about him last night. He told me a remarkable story," Captain Palliser went on. "I suppose you are quite familiar with all the details of it. I know how he found him in New York, and I know how generous he has been to him. Have you been told nothing more?" "There was nothing more to tell. If there was anything, I am sure he had some good reason for not telling me," said Miss Alicia loyally. "His reasons are always good." Palliser's air of losing a shade or so of discretion as a result of astonishment was really well done. "Do you mean to say that he has not even hinted that ever since he arrived at Tembarom he has strongly suspected Strangeways' identity? That he has even known who he is?" he exclaimed. Miss Alicia's small hands clung to the tablecloth. "He has not known at all. He has been most anxious to discover. He has used every endeavor," she brought out with some difficulty. "You say he has been trying to find out?" Palliser interposed. "He has been more than anxious," she protested. "He has been to London again and again. He has gone to great expense. He has even seen people from Scotland Yard. I have sometimes almost thought he was assuming more responsibility than was just to himself. In the case of a relative or an old friend, but for an entire stranger? Oh, really, I ought not to seem to criticize. I do not presume to criticize his wonderful generosity and determination and goodness. No one should presume to question him. If he knows that you feel like this, Palliser began. He knows all that I feel. Miss Alicia took him up with a pretty, rising spirit. He knows that I am full of unspeakable gratitude to him for his beautiful kindness to me. He knows that I admire and respect and love him in a way I could never express, and that I would do anything in the world he could wish me to do. Naturally, said Captain Palliser, I was only about to express my surprise that since he is aware of all this, he had not told you who he has proved Strangeways to be. It is a little odd, you know. I think Miss Alicia was even gently firm in her reply, that you are a little mistaken in believing Mr. Tembarom has proved Mr. Strangeways to be anybody. When he has proof, he will no doubt think proper to tell me about it. Until then, I should prefer... Palliser laughed as she finished her sentence. Not to know. I was not going to betray him, Miss Alicia. He evidently has one of his excellent reasons for keeping things to himself. I may mention, however, that it is not so much he who has proof as myself. You! How could she help quite starting in her seat when his gray eyes fixed themselves on her with such a touch of finely amused malice? I offered him the proof last night, and it rather upset him, he said. He thought no one knew but himself, and he was not inclined to tell the world. He was upset because I said I had seen the man and could swear to his identity. That was why he went away so hurriedly. He no doubt went to see Strangeways and talk it over. See, Mr. Strangeways? But Mr. Strangeways... Miss Alicia rose and rang the bell. Tell Pearson I wish to see him at once, she said to the footman. Palliser took in her mood without comment. He had no objection to being present when she made inquiries of Pearson. I hear the wheels of the dog cart, he remarked. You see, I must catch my train. Pearson stood at the door. Is not Mr. Strangeways in his room, Pearson? Miss Alicia asked. Mr. Tembarom took him to London when he last went, ma'am, answered Pearson. You remember he went at night. The doctor thought it best. He did not tell you that either, said Palliser casually. The dog cart is at the door, sir, announced Pearson. Miss Alicia's hand was unsteady when the departing guest took it. Don't be disturbed, he said considerately, but a most singular thing has happened. When I ask so many questions about Tembarom's man with the iron mask, I ask them for curious reasons. That must be my apology. You will hear all about it later, probably from Falford and Grimby. When he had left the room, Miss Alicia stood upon the hearth-rug as the dog-cart drove away, and she was pale. Her simple and easily disturbed brain was in a whirl. She could scarcely remember what she had heard, and could not in the least comprehend what it had seemed intended to imply, except that there had been concealed in the suggestions some disparagement of her best beloved. Singular as it was that Pearson should return without being summoned, when she turned and found that he mysteriously stood inside the threshold again, as if she had called him, she felt a great sense of relief. "Pearson," she faltered, "I am rather upset by certain things which Captain Palliser had said. I am afraid I do not understand." She looked at him helplessly, not knowing what more to say. She wished extremely that she could think of something definite. The masterly finish of Pearson's reply lay in its neatly restrained hint of unobtrusively perceptive sympathy. "Yes, miss, I was afraid so, which is why I took the liberty of stepping into the room again. I myself do not understand, but of course I do not expect to. If I may be so bold as to say it, miss, whatever we don't understand, we both understand Mr. Tembarom. My instructions were to remind you, miss, that everything would be all right." Miss Alicia took up her letter from the table where she had laid it down. "Thank you, Pearson," she said, her forehead beginning to clear itself a little. Of course, I ought not to. He told me not to get rattled," she added with plaintive ingenuousness, "and I ought not to, above all things. Yes, miss, it is important that you should not." End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of T. Tembarom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Payton of Omaha, Nebraska. chowdownright.blogspot.com. T. Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 35. The story of the adventures, experiences, and journeyings of Mr. Joseph Hutchinson, his daughter, and the invention, if related in detail, would prove reading of interest. But as this is merely a study of the manner in which the untrained characteristics and varied limitations of one man adjusted or failed to adjust themselves to incongruous surroundings and totally unprepared for circumstances, such details, whatsoever their potential picturesqueness, can be touched upon but lightly. No new idea of value to the world of practical requirements is presented to the public at large without the waking of many sleeping dogs, and the stirring of many a snapping fish, floating with open ears and eyes in many pools. An uneducated, blustering, obstinate man of one idea, having resentfully borne discouragement and wounded egotism for years, and suddenly confronting immense promise of success, is not unlikely to be prey easily harpooned. Joseph Hutchinson's rebound from despair to high and well-founded hope made of him exactly what such a man is always made by such rebound. The testimony to his genius and judgment, which acknowledgment of the value of his work implied, was naturally, in his opinion, only a proper tribute which the public had been a bull-headed fool not to lay at his feet years before. So much time lost, and so much money for it, as well as for him, and served 'em all damn well right, he said. If Temple Barholm hadn't come into his money, and hadn't had more sense than the rest of them, where would they all have been? Perhaps they'd never have had the benefit of the thing he'd been telling them about for years. He prided himself immensely on the possession of a business shrewdness which was an absolute defense against any desire on the part of the iniquitous to overreach him. He believed it to be a peculiarly Lancashire characteristic, and kept it in view constantly. "Lancashire's not easy to do," he would say hilariously. "Them that can do a Lancashire chap has got to look out that they get up early in the morning, and don't go to bed till late." Smooth-mannered and astute men of business, who knew how to make a man talk, were given diffuse and loud-voiced explanations of his methods, and long-acknowledged merits and characteristics. His life, his morals, and his training, or rather lack of it, were laid before them as examples of what a man might work himself up to if he had it in him. Education didn't do it. He had never been to naught but a village school, where he'd picked up precious little but the 3 R's. It had to be born in a man. Well, look at him. His invention promised to bring him in a fortune, like a duke's, if he managed it right, and kept his eyes open for sharpers. This company and that company were after him, but Lancashire didn't snap up things without going into 'em, and under 'em, and through 'em, for the matter of that. The well-mannered gentlemen of business stimulated him greatly by their appreciative attention. He sometimes lost his head a trifle, and almost bullied them, but they did not seem to mind it. Their apparently old-time knowledge of and respect for Lancashire business sagacity seemed invariably a marked thing. Men of genius and powerful character, combined with practical shrewdness of outlook, they intimated, were of enormous value to the business world. They were to be counted upon as important factors. They could see and deal with both sides of a proposal as those of weaker mind could not. "Well, that they can," Hutchinson would admit, rolling about in his chair and thrusting his hands in his pockets. "Or they've got some bottom to stand on." And he would feel amenable to reason. Little Anne found her duties and responsibilities increasing daily. Many persons seemed to think it necessary to come and talk business, and father had so much to think of and reason out, so that he could be sure that he didn't make any mistakes. In a quiet, remote, and darkened corner of her mind, in which were stored all such things as it was well to say little or nothing about, there was discreetly kept for reference the secretly acquired knowledge that father did not know so much about business ways and business people as he thought he did. Mother had learned this somewhat important fact, and had secluded it in her own private mental storeroom with much affectionate delicacy. "Father's a great man, and a good man, Anne love," she had confided to her, choosing an occasion when her husband was 100 miles away. "And he is, right down Lancashire, in his clever way of seeing through people that think themselves sharp. But when a man is a genius and noble-minded, he sometimes can't see the right people's faults and wickedness. He thinks they mean as honest as he does, and there's times when he may get taken in if someone, perhaps not half as clever as he is, doesn't look after him. When the invention's taken up, and everybody's running after him to try to cheat him out of his rights, if I'm not there, Anne, you must just keep with him, and watch every minute. I've seen these sharp, tricky ones right down flinch and quail when there was a nice, quiet-behaved woman in the room, and she just fixed her eye steady and clear-like on them, and showed she'd took in every word and was like to remember. You know what I mean, Anne. You've got that look in your own eye." She had. The various persons who interviewed Mr. Hutchinson became familiar with the fact that he had an unusual intimacy with and affection for his daughter. She was present on all occasions. If she had not been such a quiet and entirely unobtrusive little thing, she might have been an obstacle to freedom of expression. But she seemed a childish, unsophisticated creature, who always had a book with her when she waited in an office, and a trifle of sewing to occupy herself with when she was at home. At first, she so obliterated herself that she was scarcely noticed, but in course of time it became observed by some that she was curiously pretty. The face usually bent over her book or work was tinted like a flower, and she had quite magnificent red hair. A stout old financier first remarked her eyes. He found one day that she had quietly laid her book on her lap, and that they were resting upon him like unflinching crystals as he talked to her father. Their serenity made him feel annoyed and uncomfortable. It was a sort of recording serenity. He felt as though she would so clearly remember every word he had said that she would be able to write it down when she went home, and he did not care to have it written down. So he began to wander somewhat in his argument, and did not reach his conclusions. "I was glad, father, to see how you managed that gentleman this afternoon," little Anne said that night when Hutchinson had settled himself with his pipe after an excellent dinner. "Eh?" he exclaimed. "Eh?" "The one," she exclaimed, "that thought he was so sure he was going to persuade you to sign that paper. I do wonder he could think you'd listen to such a poor offer and tie up so much. Why, even I could see he was trying to take advantage, and I know nothing in the world about business." The financier in question had been a brilliant and laudatory conversationalist, and had so soothed and exhilarated Mr. Hutchinson that such perils had beset him as his most lurid imaginings could never have conceived in his darkest moments of believing that the entire universe had ceased all other occupation to engage in that of defrauding him of his rights and dues. He had been so uplifted by the admiration of his genius so properly exhibited, and the fluency with which his future fortunes had been described, that he had been huffed when the arguments seemed to dwindle away. Little Anne startled him, but it was not he who would show signs of dismay at the totally unexpected expression of adverse opinion. He had got into the habit of always listening, though inadvertently, as it were, to Anne, as he had inadvertently listened to her mother. "Rosenthal," he said, "are you talking about him?" "Yes, I am," little Anne answered, smiling approvingly over her bit of sewing. "Father, I wish you'd try to teach me some of the things you know about business. I've learned a little just by listening to you talk, but I should so like to feel as if I could follow you when you argue. I do so enjoy hearing you argue. It's just an education." "Women are not up to much at business," reflected Hutchinson. "If you'd been a boy, I'd have trained you the same as I've trained myself. You're a sharp little thing, Anne, but you're a woman. Not but what a woman's the best thing on earth," he added, almost severely in his conviction. "The best thing on earth in her place. I don't know what I'd ever have done without you, Anne, in the bad times." He loved her, blundering old egotist, just as he had loved her mother. Anne always knew it, and her own love for him warmed all the world about them both. She got up and went to him to kiss him, and pat him, and stuff a cushion behind his stout back. "And now the good times have come," she said, bestowing on him 2 or 3 special little pats which were caresses of her own invention. "And people see what you are, and always have been, as they ought to have seen long ago. I don't want to feel as if I couldn't keep up with you and understand your plans. Perhaps I've got a little bit of your cleverness, and you might teach me to use it in small ways. I've got a good memory, you know, father love, and I might recollect things people say, and make bits of notes of them to save you trouble. And I can calculate. I once got a copy of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress for a prize at the village school just for sums. The bald but unacknowledged fact that Mr. Hutchinson had never exhibited gifts likely to entitle him to receive a prize for sums caused this suggestion to be one of some practical value. When businessmen talked to him of percents and tenth shares or net receipts, and expected him to comprehend their proportions upon the spot without recourse to pencil and paper, he felt himself grow hot and nervous and red, and was secretly terrified lest the party of the second part should detect that he was tossed upon seas of horrible uncertainty. Tembarom, in the same situation, would probably have said, "This is the place where T.T. sits down a while to take breath and count things up on his fingers. I am not a sharp on arithmetic, and I need time. Lots of it." Mr. Hutchinson's way was to bluster irritably. I see that. Of course, plain enough, I see that." And feel himself breaking into a cold perspiration. "Hey, this English climate is a dampen," he would add, when it became necessary to mop his red forehead somewhat with his big clean handkerchief. Therefore, he found it easy to receive little Anne's proposition with favor. "There is summat in that," he acknowledged graciously, dropping into Lancashire. "That's one of the little things a woman can do if she's sharp at figures. Your mother taught me that much. She always said women ought to look after the bits of things as was too small for a man to bother with." "Men have the big things to look after. That's enough for anybody," said little Anne. "And they ought to leave something for women to do. If you'll just let me keep notes for you, and remember things, and answer your letters, and just make calculations you're too busy to attend to, I should feel right down happy, father." He said relievedly. "Thou'rt like thy mother." "That would make me happy if there was nothing else to do it," said Anne, smoothing his shoulder. "You're her girl," he said, warmed and supported. "Yes, I'm her girl, and I'm yours. Now, isn't there some little thing I could begin with? Would you mind telling me if I was right in what I thought you thought about Mr. Rosenthal's offer?" "What did you think I thought about it?" He was able to put affectionate condescension into the question. She went to her work-basket and took out a sheet of paper. She came back and sat cozily on the arm of his chair. "I had to put it all down when I came home," she said. "I wanted to make sure I hadn't forgotten. I do hope I didn't make mistakes." She gave it to him to look at, and as he settled himself down to its careful examination, she kept her blue eyes upon him. She herself did not know that it was a wonderful little document in its neatly jotted down notes of the exact detail most important to his interests. There were figures, there were calculations of profits, there were records of the gist of his replies, there were things Hutchinson himself could not possibly have fished out of the jumbled rag-bag of his uncertain recollections. "Did I say that?" he exclaimed once. "Yes, father, love, and I could see it upset him. I was watching his face, because it wasn't a face I took to." Joseph Hutchinson began to chuckle, the chuckle of a relieved and gratified stout man. "Thou kept thy eyes open, little Anne," he said, "and the way thou'st put it down is a credit to thee. And I'll lay a sovereign that thou made no mistakes in what thou thought I was thinking." He was a little anxious to hear what it had been. The memorandum had brought him up with a slight shock, because it showed him that he had not remembered certain points, and had passed over others which were of dangerous importance. Anne slipped her warm arm about his neck, as she nearly always did when she sat on the arm of his chair and talked things over with him. She had never thought, in fact, she was not even aware, that her soft little instincts made her treat him as the big, good, conceited, blundering child nature had created him. What I was seeing all the time was the way you were taking in his trick of putting whole lots of things in that didn't really matter, and leaving out things that did, she explained. He kept talking about what the invention would make in England, and how it would make it, and adding up figures and percents and royalties, until my head was buzzing inside. And when he thought he'd got your mind fixed on England, so that you'd almost forget there was any other country to think of, he read out the agreement that said, all rights. And he was silly enough to think he could get you to sign it without reading it over and over yourself, and showing it to a clever lawyer that would know that as many tricks can be played by things being left out of a paper as by things being put in. Small beads of moisture broke out on the bald part of Joseph Hutchinson's head. He had been first so flattered and exhilarated by the quoting of large figures, and then so frustrated and embarrassed by his inability to calculate and follow argument, and again so soothed and elated and thrilled by his own importance in the scheme, and the honors which his position in certain companies would heap upon him, that an abyss had yawned before him of which he had been wholly unaware. He was not unaware of it now. He was a vainglorious, ignorant man, whose life had been spent in common work done under the supervision of those who knew what he did not know. He had fed himself upon the comforting belief that he had learned all the tricks of any trade. He had been openly boastful of his astuteness and experience, and yet, as Anne's soft little voice went on, and she praised his cleverness in seeing one point after another, he began to quake within himself before the dawning realization that he had seen none of them. That he had been carried along exactly as Rosenthal had intended that he should be, and that if luck had not intervened, he had been on the brink of signing his name to an agreement that would have implied a score of concessions he would have bellowed like a bull at the thought of making if he had known what he was doing. "Aye, lass," he gulped out when he could speak. "Aye, lass, thou wert right enow. I'm glad thou wert there and heard it, and saw what I was thinking. I didn't say much. I let the chap have rope enough to hang himself with. When he comes back, I'll give him a bit of my mind as'll startle him. It was right down clever of thee to see just what I had in my head about all that there gab about things as didn't matter, and the leaving out of them that did, thinking I wouldn't notice. Many's the time I've said, it is not so much as what's put into a contract as what's left out. I'll warrant thou'st heard me say that thysen." "I dare say I have," answered Anne, "and I dare say that was why it came into my mind." "That was it," he answered. "Thy mother was always telling me of things I'd said that I'd clean forgot myself." He was beginning to recover his balance and self-respect. It would have been so like a Lancashire chap to have seen and dealt shrewdly with a business schemer who tried to outwit him, that he was gradually convinced that he had thought all that had been suggested, and had comported himself with triumphant, though silent, astuteness. He even began to rub his hands. "I'll show him," he said. "I'll send him off with a flea in his hair." "If you'll help me, I'll study out the things I've written down on this paper," Anne said, "and then I'll write down for you just the things you make up your mind to say. It will be such a good lesson for me, if you don't mind, Father. It won't be much to write it out the way you'll say it. You know how you always feel that in business the fewer words the better, and that however much a person deserves it, calling names and showing you're angry is only wasting time. One of the cleverest things you ever thought was that a thief doesn't mind being called one if he's got what he wanted out of you. He'll only laugh to see you in a rage when you can't help yourself. And if he hasn't got what he wanted, it's only a waste of strength to work yourself up. It's you being what you are that makes you know that temper isn't business." "Well," said Hutchinson, drawing a long and deep breath, "I was almost hot enough to have forgot that, and I'm glad you've reminded me. We'll go over that paper now, Anne. I'd like to give you your lesson while we've got a bit of time to ourselves and what I've said is fresh in your mind. The trick is always to get at things while they're fresh in your mind." The little daughter with the red hair was present during Rosenthal's next interview with the owner of the invention. The fellow, he told himself, had been thinking matters over, had perhaps consulted a lawyer, and having had time for reflection, he did not present a mass of mere inflated and blundering vanity as a target for adroit aim. He seemed a trifle sulky, but he did not talk about himself diffusely, and lose his head when he was smoothed the right way. He had a set of curiously concise notes to which he referred, and he stuck to his points with a bulldog obstinacy which was not to be shaken. Something had set him on a new tack. The tricks which could be used only with a totally ignorant and readily flattered and influenced business amateur were no longer in order. This was baffling and irritating. The worst feature of the situation was that the daughter did not read a book, as had seemed her habit at other times. She sat with a tablet and pencil on her knee, and, still as unobtrusively as ever, jotted down notes. "Put that down, Anne," her father said to her more than once. "There's no objections to having things written down, I suppose?" he put it bluntly to Rosenthal. "I've got to have notes made when I'm doing business. Memory's all well enough, but black and white's better. No one can go back of black and white. Notes save time." There was but one attitude possible. No man of business could resent the recording of his considered words, but the tablet and pencil and the quietly bent red head were extraordinary obstacles to the fluidity of eloquence. Rosenthal found his arguments less ready, and his methods modifying themselves. The outlook narrowed itself. When he returned to his office and talked the situation over with his partner, he sat and bit his nails in restless irritation. "Ridiculous as it seems, outrageously ridiculous, I've an idea," he said. "I've more than an idea that we have to count with the girl." "Girl? What girl?" "Daughter. Well-behaved, quiet bit of a thing, who sits in a corner and listens while she pretends to sew or read. I'm certain of it. She's taken to making notes now, and Hutchinson's turned stubborn. You need not laugh, Lewis. She's in it. We've got to count with that girl, little female mouse as she looks." This view, which was first taken by Rosenthal and passed on to his partner, was in course of time passed on to others and gradually accepted, sometimes reluctantly and with much private protest, sometimes with amusement. The well-behaved daughter went with Hutchinson wheresoever his affairs called him. She was changeless in the unobtrusiveness of her demeanor, which was always that of a dutiful and obedient young person who attended her parent because he might desire her humble little assistance in small matters. "She's my secretary," Hutchinson began to explain, with a touch of swagger. "I've got to have a secretary, and I'd rather trust my private business to my own daughter than to anyone else. It's safe with her." It was so safe, with her steady demureness, that Hutchinson found himself becoming steady himself. The lessons he gave to little Anne, and the notes made as a result, always ostensibly for her own security and instruction, began to form a singularly firm foundation for statement and argument. He began to tell himself that his memory was improving. Facts were no longer jumbled together in his mind. He could better follow a line of logical reasoning. He less often grew red and hot and flustered. "That's the thing I've said so often, that temper's got naught to do with business, and only upsets a man when he wants all his wits about him. It's the truest thing I ever worked out," he not infrequently congratulated himself. "If a chap can keep his temper, he'll be like to keep his head and drive his bargain. I see it plainer every day of my life." End of chapter 35. Recorded by John Payton of Omaha, Nebraska. chowdownright.blogspot.com.
Chapter 36 of Tembarom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tembarom by Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 36. It was in the course of the lessons that he realized he had always argued that the best way to do business was to do it face to face with people. To stay in England and let another chap make your bargains for you in France or Germany, or some other outlandish place where frog-eating foreigners ran loose, was a fool's trick. He'd said it often enough. Get your eye on 'em, and let them know you've got it on them, and they'd soon find out they were dealing with Lancashire, and not with foreign knaves and nincompoops. So when it became necessary to deal with France, little Anne packed him up neatly, so to speak, and in the role of obedient secretarial companion took him to that country, having for weeks beforehand mentally confronted the endless complications attending the step. She knew, in the first place, what the effect of the French language would be upon his temper, that it would present itself to him as a wall deliberately built by the entire nation as a means of concealing a deep duplicity, the sole object of which was the baffling, thwarting, and undoing of Englishmen, from whom it wished to wrest their honest rights. Apoplexy becoming imminent, as a result of his impotent rage during their first few weeks in Paris, she paid a private visit to a traveler's agency, and after careful inquiry discovered that it was not impossible to secure the attendance and service of a well-mannered young man who spoke most of the languages employed by most of the inhabitants of the globe. She even found that she might choose from a number of such persons, and therefore selected with great care. "One that's got a good temper and isn't easy irritated," she said to herself, in summing up the aspirants, "but not one that's easy-tempered because he's silly. He must have plenty of common sense, as well as be willing to do what he's told." When her father discovered that he himself had been considering the desirability of engaging the services of such a person, and had, indeed, already, in a way, expressed his intention of sending her to the agency chap to look him up, she was greatly relieved. "I can try to teach him what you've taught me, father," she said, "and of course he'll learn just by being with you." The assistant engaged was a hungry young student who had for weeks, through ill luck, been endeavoring to return with some courage the gaze of starvation, which had been staring him in the face. His name was Dudevant, and with desperate struggles he had educated himself highly, having cherished literary ambitions from his infancy. At this juncture it had become imperative that he should, for a few months at least, obtain food. Anne had chosen well by instinct. His speech had told her that he was intelligent. His eyes had told her that he would do anything on earth to earn his living. From the time of his advent, Joseph Hutchinson had become calmer and had ceased to be in peril of apoplectic seizure. Foreign nations became less iniquitous and dangerous. Foreign languages were less of a barrier, easier to understand. A pleasing impression that through great facility he had gained a fair practical knowledge of French, German, and Italian, supported and exhilarated him immensely. It's right down wonderful how a chap gets to understand these fellows' lingo after he's listened to it a bit, he announced to Anne. I wouldn't have believed it of myself that I could see into it as quick as I have. I couldn't say as I understand everything they say just when they're saying it, but I understand it right enough when I've had time to translate like. If foreigners didn't talk so fast and run their words one into another and jabber as if their mouths were full of pudding, it'd be easier for them as is English. Now, there's we and nong. I know 'em whenever I hear 'em, and that's a good bit of help. Yes, answered Anne. Of course, that's the chief thing you want to know in business, whether a person is going to say yes or no. He began to say oui and non at meals, and once broke forth, Passez-moi le beurre, in a tone so casually Parisian that Anne was frightened, because she did not understand immediately, and also because she saw looming up before her a future made perilous by the sudden interjection of unexpected foreign phrases. It would be incumbent upon her and du devant to comprehend instantaneously without invidious hesitation. Don't you understand? Pass the butter. Don't you understand a bit of French like that? He exclaimed irritatedly. Buy yourself one of those books full of easy sentences and learn some of them, lass. You oughtn't to be traveling about with your father in foreign countries and learning nothing. It's not every lass that's getting your advantages. Anne had not mentioned the fact that she spent most of her rare leisure moments in profound study of phrase books and grammars, which she kept in her trunk and gave her attention to before she got up in the morning, after she went to her room at night, and usually while she was dressing. You can keep a book open before you when you are brushing your hair. Dudevant gave her a lesson or so whenever time allowed. She was as quick to learn as her father thought he was, and she was desperately determined. It was really not long before she understood much more than oui and non when she was present at a business interview. You are a wonderful young lady, Dudevant said, with that well-known yearning in his eyes. You are most wonderful. She's just a wonder, Mrs. Bowes and her boarders had said, and the respectful yearning in the young Frenchman's eyes and voice were well known to her because she had seen it often before, and remembered it, in Jem Bowles and Julius Steinberger. That this young man had without an hour of delay fallen abjectly in love with her was a circumstance with which she dealt after her own inimitably kind and undeleterious method, which in itself was an education to any amorous youth. I can understand all you tell me, she said when he reached the point of confiding his hard past to her. I can understand it because I knew someone who had to fight for himself just that way, only perhaps it was harder because he wasn't educated as you are. Did he confide in you? Dudevant ventured, with delicate hesitation. You are so kind, I am sure he did, mademoiselle. He told me about it because he knew I wanted to hear, she answered. I was very fond of him, she added, and her kind gravity was quite unshaded by any embarrassment. I was right down fond of him. His emotion rendered him for a moment indiscreet, to her immediate realization and regret, as was evident by his breaking off in the midst of his question. And now, are you? Yes, I always shall be, Mr. Dudevant. His adoration naturally only deepened itself, as all hope at once receded, as it could not but recede before the absolute pellucid truth of her. However much he likes me, he will get over it in time. People do when they know how things stand, she was thinking, with maternal sympathy. It did him no bitter harm to help her with her efforts at learning what she most needed, and he found her intelligence and modest power of concentration remarkable. A singularly clear knowledge of her own specialized requirements was a practical background to them both. She had no desire to shine. She was merely steadily bent on acquiring as immediately as possible a comprehension of nouns, verbs, and phrases that would be useful to her father. the manner in which she applied herself, and assimilated what it was her quietly fixed intention to assimilate, bespoke her possession of a brain the powers of which being concentrated on large affairs might have accomplished almost startling results. There was, however, nothing startling in her intentions, and ambition did not touch her. Yet, as she went with Hutchinson from one country to another, more than one man of affairs had it borne in upon him that her young slimness and her silence represented an unanticipated knowledge of points under discussion, which might wisely be considered as a factor in all decisions for or against. To realize that a soft-cheeked, child-eyed girl was an element to regard privately in discussions connected with the sale of, or the royalties paid on, a valuable patent appeared in some minds to be a situation not without flavor. She was the kind of little person a man naturally made love to, and a girl who was made love to in a clever manner frequently became amenable to reason, and might be persuaded to use her influence in the direction most desired. But such male financiers as began with this idea discovered that they had been led into errors of judgment through lack of familiarity with the variations of type. One personable young man of title, who had just been disappointed in a desirable marriage with a fortune, being made aware that the invention was likely to arrive at amazing results, was sufficiently rash to approach Mr. Hutchinson with formal proposals. Having a truly British respect for the lofty in place, and not being sufficiently familiar with titled personages to discriminate swiftly between the large and the small, Joseph Hutchinson was somewhat unduly elated. "The chap's account, lass," he said. "Thou'd go back to Manchester a countess." "I've heard they're nearly all counts in these countries," commented Anne, "and there's countesses that have to do their own washing, in a manner of speaking. You send him to me, father." When the young man came and compared the fine little nose of Miss Hutchinson with the large and bony structure dominating the countenance of the German heiress he had lost, also when he gazed into the clearness of the infantile blue eyes, his spirits rose. He felt himself en veine. He was equal to attacking the situation. He felt that he approached it with alluring and chivalric delicacy. He almost believed all that he said. But the pellucid blueness of the gaze that met his was confusingly unstirred by any shade of suitable timidity or emotion. There was something in the lovely, sedate little creature, something so undisturbed and matter-of-fact that it frightened him, because he suddenly felt like a fool whose folly had been found out. "That's downright silly," remarked little Anne, not allowing him to escape from her glance, which unhesitatingly summed up him and his situation. "And you know it is. You don't know anything about me, and you wouldn't like me if you did, and I shouldn't like you. We're too different. Please go away, and don't say anything more about it. I shouldn't have patience to talk it over." "Father," she said that night, "if ever I get married at all, there's only one person I'm going to marry. You know that." And she would say no more. By the time they returned to England, the placing of the invention in divers countries had been arranged in a manner which gave assurance of a fortune for its owners on a foundation not likely to have established itself in more adverse circumstances. Mr. Hutchinson had really driven some admirable bargains, and had secured advantages which to his last hour he would believe could have been achieved only by Lancashire shrewdness and Lancashire ability to see as far through a milestone as most chaps, and a bit farther. The way in which he had never allowed himself to be done caused him at times to chuckle himself almost purple with self-congratulation. They got to know what they was dealing with, them chaps. They was sharp, but Joe was a bit sharper, he would say. They found letters waiting for them when they reached London. "There's one from thy grandmother," Hutchinson said, in dealing out the package. "She's written to be pretty steady for an old un." This was true. Letters from her had followed them from one place to another. This was a thick one in an envelope of good size. "Aren't thou going to read it?" he asked. "Not till you've had your dinner, father. You've had a long day of it with that channel at the end. I want to see you comfortable with your pipe." The hotel was a good one, and the dinner was good. Joseph Hutchinson enjoyed it with the appetite of a robust man who has had time to get over a not-too-pleasant crossing. When he had settled down into a stout easy-chair with the pipe, he drew a long and comfortable breath as he looked about the room. Anne, lass," he said, "thy mother'd be fine and set up if she could see all this. Us having the best that's to be had, and knowing we can have it to the end of our lives. That's what it's to come to, thou knows. No more third-class railway carriages for you and me. No more commercial and temperance hotels. The first cuts that we can have, the upper cut. But it's a good day for a man when he's begun to be appreciated, as he should be." "It's a good day for those that love him," said little Anne, "and I dare say mother knows every bit about it." "I dare say she does," admitted Hutchinson, with tender lenience. "She was one o' them as believed that way, and I never knowed her to be wrong in aught else, so I'm ready to give in as she was reet about that. Good lass she was, good lass." He had fallen into a contented and utterly comfortable doze in his chair when Anne sat down to read her grandmother's letter. The old woman always wrote at length, giving many details and recording village events with shrewd realistic touches. Throughout their journeyings, Anne had been followed by a record of the estate and neighborhood of Temple Barholm, which had lacked nothing of atmosphere. She had known what the new lord of the manor did, what people said, what the attitude of the gentry had become, that the visit of the Countess of Merlot and her daughter had extended itself until curiosity and amusement had ceased to comment, and passively awaited results. She had heard of Miss Alicia and her reincarnation, and knew much of the story of the Duke of Stone, whose reputation as a dommed, clever old chap had earned for him a sort of odd popularity. There had been many ladies. The new Temple Barholm had boldly sought them out and faced them in their strongholds with the manner of one who would confront the worst and who revealed no tendency to flinch. The one at Stonehover with the pretty color, and the one with the dimples, had appeared frequently upon the scene. Then there had been Lady Joan Fair, who had lived at his elbow, sitting at his table, driving in his carriages with the air of cold aloofness which the cottagers could not abide and had no patience with. She had sometimes sat and wondered about things, and sometimes had flushed daisy red instead of daisy pink, and sometimes she had turned rather pale and closed her soft mouth firmly. But though she had written twice a week to her grandmother, she had recorded principally the successes and complexities of the invention, and had asked very few questions. Old Mrs. Hutchinson would tell her all she must know, and her choice of revelation would be made with a fair-sightedness which needed no stimulus of questioning. The letter she had found awaiting her had been long on its way, having missed her at point after point and followed her at last to London. It looked and felt thick and solid in its envelope. Little Anne opened it, stirred by the suggestion of quickened pulse beats with which she had become familiar. As she bent over it, she looked sweetly flushed and warmed. Joseph Hutchinson's doze had almost deepened into sleep when he was awakened by the touch of her hand on his shoulder. She was standing by him, holding some sheets of her grandmother's letter, and several other sheets were lying on the table. Something had occurred which had changed her quiet look. "Has aught happened to your grandmother?" he asked. "No, father, but this letter that's been following me from one place to another has got some queer news in it." "What's up, lass? Thou looks as if summat was up." "The thing that's happened has given me a great deal to think of," was her answer. "It's about Mr. Temple Barholm and Mr. Strangeways." He became wide awake at once, sitting up and turning in his chair in testy anxiety. Now, he exclaimed, "I hope that cracked chaps not gone out and out mad and done some mischief. I told Tembarom it was a foolish thing to do, taking all that trouble about him. Has he set fire to the house, or has he knocked the poor lad on the head? No, he hasn't, father. He's disappeared, and Mr. Tembabrom's disappeared too. Disappeared? Hodgson almost shouted. What for, in the Lord's name? Nobody knows for certain, and people are talking wild. The village is all upset, and all sorts of silly things are being said. What sort of things? You know what servants at big houses are. How they hear bits of talk and make much of it, she explained. They've been curious and chattering among themselves about Mr. Strangeways from the first. It was Burrell that said he believed he was some relation that was being hid away for some good reason. One night Mr. Tembarom and Captain Palliser were having a long talk together, and Burrell was about. Aye, he'd be about if he thought there was a chance of him hearing summat as was none of his business, jerked out Hodgson irately. They were talking about Mr. Strangeways, and Burrell heard Captain Palliser getting angry, and as he stepped near the door, he heard him say out loud that he could swear in any court of justice that the man he had seen at the west room window, it's a startling thing, father, was Mr. James Tembarom. For the moment her face was pale. Hereupon Hodgson sprang up. What? His second shout was louder than his first. The liar! The chap's dead, and he knows it. The damned mischief-making liar. Her eyes were clear and speculatively thoughtful, notwithstanding her lack of color. There have been people that have been thought dead that have come back to their friends alive. It's happened many a time, she said. It wouldn't be so strange for a man that had no friends to be lost in a wild, far-off place where there was neither law nor order, and where every man was fighting for his own life and the gold he was mad after. Particularly a man that was shamed and desperate and wanted to hide himself. And most of all, it would be easy if he was like Mr. Strangeways, and couldn't remember and had lost himself. As her father listened, the angry redness of his countenance moderated its hue. His eyes gradually began to question, and his under jaw fell slightly. "Sit, thee lass," he broke out huskily. "Does that mean to say thou believes it?" "It's not often you can believe what you don't know," she answered. "I don't know anything about it. There's just one thing I believe, because I know it. I believe what grandmother does. Read that." She handed him the final sheet of old Mrs. Hutchinson's letter. It was written with very black ink, and in an astonishingly bold and clear hand. It was easy to read the sentences with which she ended. "There's a lot said. There's always more saying than doing. But it's right down funny to see how the lad has made hard and fast friends just going about in his queer way, and no one knowing how he did it. I like him myself. He's one of those you needn't ask questions about. If there's anything said that isn't to his credit, it's not true. There's no ifs, buts, or ands about that, Anne." Little Anne herself read the words as her father read them. "That's the thing I believe, because I know it," was all she said. "It's the thing I'd swear to myself," her father answered bluffly. "But by Jud—" She gave him a little push and spoke to him in homely Lancashire phrasing, and with some soft unsteadiness of voice. "Sit thee down, father love," she said, "and let me sit on thy knee." He sat down with emotional readiness, and she sat on his stout knee like a child. It was a thing she did in tender or troubled moments as much in these days as she had done when she was 6 or 7. Her little lightness and soft young ways made it the most natural thing in the world, as well as the prettiest. She had always sat on his knee in the hours when he had been most discouraged over the invention. She had known it made him feel as though he were taking care of her, and as though she depended utterly on him to steady the foundations of her world. What could such a little bit of a lass do without a father? "It's upset thee, lass," he said. "It's upset thee." He saw her slim hands curl themselves into small, firm fists as they rested on her lap. "I can't bear to think that ill can be said of him, even by a wastrel like Captain Palliser," she said. "He's mine." It made him fumble caressingly at her big knot of soft red hair. "Thine, is he?" he said. "Thine. But that did say that just like thy mother would ha' said it. That brings the heart in my throat now and again. That chap's in luck, I can tell him, same as I was once." "He's mine now, whatever happens," she went on, with a firmness which no skeptic would have squandered time in the folly of hoping to shake. "He's done what I told him to do, and it's me he wants. He's found out for himself, and so have I. He can have me the minute he wants me, the very minute." "He can?" said Hutchinson. "That settles it. I believe Dad'd rather take him when he was in trouble than when he was out of it. Same as Dad'd rather take him in a flat in Harlem on $15 a week than on 1,500. "Yes, father, I would. It'd give me more to do for him." He grunted tenderly. "Thy mother again. I used to tell her as the only thing she had against me was that I never got in jail so she could get me out and stand up for me after it. There's only one thing worrits me a bit. I wish the lad hadn't gone away." "I've thought that out, though I've not much time to reason about things," said little Anne. "If he's gone away, he's gone to get something, and whatever it happens to be, he'll be likely to bring it back with him, father." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Tembarom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 37. Old Mrs. Hutchinson's letter had supplied much detail, but when her son and granddaughter arrived in the village of Temple Barholm, they heard much more, the greater part of it not in the least to be relied upon. "The most of it's lies, as folks enjoys theirselves pretending to believe," the grandmother commented. "It's servants' hall talk and cottage gossip, and plenty made itself up out of beer drunk in the tap room at the Wool Park. In a place where not much happens, people get into the way of springing on a bit of news and shaking and worrying it like a terrier does a rat. It's nature. That lad's given 'em lots to talk about ever since he come. It's been a blessing to 'em. If he'd been gentry, he'd not have been nigh as lively. The village lads tries to talk through their noses like him. Little Thomas Hibblethwaite does it in broad Lancashire." The only facts fairly authenticated were that the mysterious stranger had been taken away very late one night, some time before the interview between Mr. Temple Barholm and Captain Palliser, of which Burrell knew so much because he had happened to be about. When a domestic magnate of Burrell's type happens to be about at a crisis, he is not unlikely to hear a great deal. Burrell, it was believed, knew much more than he deigned to make public. The entire truth was that Captain Palliser himself, in one of his hasty appearances in the neighborhood of Temple Barholm, had bestowed a few words of cold caution on him. "Don't talk too much," he had said. "Proof is required before talk is safe. The American was sharp enough to say that to me himself. He was sharp enough, too, to keep his man hidden. I was the only person that saw him who could have recognized him, and I saw him by chance. Palford and Grimby require proof. We are in search of it. Servants will talk, but if you don't want to run the risk of getting yourself in trouble, don't make absolute statements." This had been a disappointment to Burrell, who had seen himself developing in magnitude, but he was a timid man, and therefore felt it wise to convey his knowledge merely through the conviction carried by a dignified silence after his first indiscreet revelation of having happened to be about had been made. It would have been some solace to him to intimate to Miss Alicia by his bearing and the manner of his services that she had been discovered, so to speak, in the character of a sort of accomplice, that her position was a perilously uncertain one, which would probably end in utter downfall, leaving her in her old and proper place as an elderly, insignificant, and unattractive poor relation, without a feature to recommend her. But being, as before remarked, a timid man, and recalling the interview between himself and his employer held outside the dining-room door, and having also a disturbing memory of the sharp, cool, boyish eye and the tone of the casual remark that he had a head on his shoulders, and that it was up to him to make the others understand, it seemed as well to restrain his inclinations until the proof Palford and Grimby required was forthcoming. It was perhaps the moderate and precautionary attitude of Palford and Grimby during their first somewhat startled though reserved interview with Captain Palliser, which had prevented the vaguely wild rumors from being regarded as more than villagers' exaggerated talk among themselves. The gentry, indeed, knew much less of the cottagers than the cottagers knew of the gentry. Consequently, events furnishing much excitement among the village people not infrequently remained unheard of by those in the class above them. A story less incredible might have been more considered, but the highly colored reasons given for the absence of the owner of Temple Barholm would, if heard of, have been more than likely to be received and passed over with a smile. The manner of Mr. Palford and also of Mr. Grimby during the deliberately unmelodramatic and carefully connected relation of Captain Palliser's singular story was that of professional gentlemen who, for reasons of good breeding, were engaged in restraining outward expression of conviction that they were listening to utter nonsense. Palliser himself was aware of this, and upon the whole did not wonder at it in entirely unimaginative persons of extremely sober lives. In fact, he had begun by giving them some warning as to what they might expect in the way of unusualness. You will, no doubt, think what I am about to tell you absurd and incredible, he had prefaced his statements. I thought the same myself when my first suspicions were aroused. I was, in fact, inclined to laugh at my own idea until one link connected itself with another. Neither Mr. Grimby nor Mr. Palford was inclined to laugh. On the contrary, they were extremely grave, and continued to find it necessary to restrain their united tendency to indicate facially that the thing must be nonsense. It transcended all bounds, as it were. The delicacy with which they managed to convey this did them much credit. This delicacy was equalled by the moderation with which Captain Palliser drew their attention to the fact that it was not the thing likely to happen on which were founded the celebrated criminal cases of legal history. It was the incredible and almost impossible events, the ordinarily unbelievable duplicities, moral obliquities, and coincidences, which made them what they were and attracted the attention of the world. This Mr. Palford and his partner were obviously obliged to admit. What they did not admit was that such things never having occurred in one's own world, they had been mentally relegated to the world of newspaper and criminal record as things that could not happen to oneself. Mr. Palford cleared his throat in a seriously cautionary way. This is, of course, a matter suggesting too serious an accusation not to be approached in the most conservative manner, he remarked. Most serious consequences have resulted in cases implying libelous assertions which have been made rashly, added Mr. Grimby. As Mr. Temple Barholm intimated to you, a man of almost unlimited means has command of resources which it might not be easy to contend with if he had reason to feel himself injured. The fact that Captain Palliser had in a bitterly frustrated moment allowed himself to be goaded into losing his temper and giving away to Tembarom the discovery on which he felt he could rely on as a lever, did not argue that a like weakness would lead him into more dangerous indiscretion. He had always regarded himself as a careful man, whose defenses were well built about him at such crises in his career as rendered entrenchment necessary. There would, of course, be some pleasure in following the matter up and getting more than even with a man who had been insolent to him. But a more practical feature of the case was that if, through his alert observation and shrewd aid, Jem Temple Barholm was restored to his much-to-be-envied place in the world, a far from unnatural result that would be that he might feel suitable gratitude and indebtedness to the man who, not from actual personal liking, but from a mere sense of justice, had rescued him. As for the likes of Messrs. Palford and Grimby, he had put himself on record with Burrell by commanding him to hold his tongue, and stating clearly that proof was both necessary and lacking. No man could be regarded as taking risks whose attitude was so wholly conservative and non-accusing. Servants will gossip. A superior who reproves such gossip holds an unattackable position. In the private room of Palford and Grimby, however, he could confidently express his opinions without risk. The recognition of a man lost sight of for years, and seen only for a moment through a window, is not substantial evidence, Mr. Grimby had proceeded. The incident was startling, but not greatly to be relied upon. I knew him. Palliser was slightly grim in his air of finality. He was a man most men either liked or hated. I didn't like him. I detested a trick he had of staring at you under his drooping lids. By the way, do you remember the portrait of Miles Hugo, which was so like him? Mr. Palford remembered having heard that there was a certain portrait in the gallery which Mr. James Temple Barham had been said to resemble. He had no distinct recollection of the ancestor it represented. It was a certain youngster who was a page in the court of Charles II and who died young. Miles Hugo Charles James was his name. He is my strongest clue. The American seemed rather keen the first time we talked together. He was equally keen about Jem Temple Barham. He wanted to know what he looked like, and whether it was true that he was like the portrait. Indeed, exclaimed Palford and Grimby simultaneously. It struck me that there was something more than mere curiosity in his manner, Palliser enlarged. I couldn't make him out then. Later I began to see that he was remarkably anxious to keep everyone from Strangeways. It was a sort of man in the Iron Mask affair. Strangeways was apparently not only too excitable to be looked at or spoken to, but too excitable to be spoken of. He wouldn't talk about him. This is exceedingly curious, remarked Mr. Palford, but it was not in response to Palliser. A few moments before, he had suddenly looked thoughtful. He wore now the aspect of a man trying to recall something as Palliser continued. One day, after I had been to look at a sunset through a particular window in the wing where Strangeways was kept, I passed the door of his sitting room, and heard the American arguing with him. He was evidently telling him he was to be taken elsewhere, and the poor devil was terrified. I heard him beg him for God's sake not to send him away. There was panic in his voice. In connection with the fact that he has got him away secretly, at midnight, it's an ugly thing to recall. It would seem to have significance, Grimby said uneasily. It set me thinking and looking into things, Palliser went on. Pearson was secretive, but the headman, Burrell, made casual enlightening remarks. I gathered some curious details, which might or might not have a good deal. When Strangeways suddenly appeared at his window one evening, a number of things fitted themselves together. My theory is that the American, Tembarom, as he used to call himself, may not have been certain of the identity at first, but he wouldn't have brought Strangeways with him if he had not had some reason to suspect who he was. He daren't lose sight of him, and he wanted time to make sure and to lay his plans. The portrait of Miles Hugo was a clue which alarmed him, and no doubt he has been following it. If he found it led to nothing, he could easily turn Strangeways over to the public charge and let him be put into a lunatic asylum. If he found it led to a revelation which would make him a pauper again, it would be easy to dispose of him. Come, Captain Palliser, you mustn't go too far, ejaculated Mr. Grimby alarmedly. It shocked him to think of the firm being dragged into a case dealing with capital crime and possible hangman. That was not its line of the profession. Captain Palliser's slight laugh contained no hint of being shocked by any possibilities whatever. There are extremely private asylums and so-called sanatoriums where the discipline is strict and no questions are asked. One sometimes reads the papers of cases in which mild-mannered keepers, in defending themselves against the attacks of violent patients, are obliged to use force, with disastrous results. It is in such places that our investigations should begin. Dear me, Mr. Grimby broke out. Isn't that going rather far? You surely don't think— Mr. Tembarom's chief characteristic was that he was a practical and direct person. He would do what he had to do in exactly that business-like manner. The inquiries I've been making have been as to the whereabouts of places in which a superfluous relative might be placed without attracting attention. That is really astute, but what do you think, Palford? Mr. Grimby turned to his partner, still wearing the shocked and disturbed expression. I have been recalling to mind a circumstance which probably bears upon the case, said Mr. Palford. Captain Palliser's mention of the portrait reminded me of it. I remember now that on Mr. Temple Barhome's first visit to the picture gallery, he seemed much attracted by the portrait of Miles Hugo. He stopped and examined it curiously. He said he felt as if he had seen it before. He turned to it once or twice, and finally remarked that he might have seen someone like it at a great fancy dress ball which had taken place in New York. Had he been invited to the ball? Laughed Palliser. I did not gather that, replied Mr. Palford gravely. He had apparently watched the arriving guests from some railings nearby, or perhaps it was a lamppost, with other newsboys. He recognized the likeness to Strangeways, no doubt, and it gave him what he calls a jolt, said Captain Palliser. He must have experienced a number of jolts during the last few months. Palford and Grimby's view of the matter continued to be marked by extreme distaste for the whole situation, and its disturbing and irritating possibilities. The coming of the American heir to the estate of Temple Barhome had been trying to the verge of extreme painfulness, but sufficient time had elapsed, and their patient having troubled them but little, they had outlived the shock of his first appearance, and settled once more into the calm of their accustomed atmosphere and routine. That he should suddenly reappear upon their dignified horizon as a probable melodramatic criminal was a fault of taste and a lack of consideration beyond expression. To be dragged into vulgar detective work, to be referred to in newspapers in a connection which would lead to confusing the firm with the representatives of such branches of the profession as dealt with persons who had committed acts for which in vulgar parlance they might possibly swing, if their legal defenders did not get them off, to a firm whose sole affairs had been the dealing with noble and ancient estates, with advising and supporting personages of stately name, and with private and weighty family confidences. If the worst came to the worst, the affair would surely end in the most glaring and odious notoriety, in headlines and daily reports even in London, in appalling pictures of every one concerned in every New York newspaper, even in baffled struggles to keep abominable woodcuts of themselves, Mr. Edward James Palford and Mr. James Matthew Grimby, from being published in sensational journalistic sheets. Professional duty demanded that the situation should be dealt with, that investigation should be entered into, that the most serious, even if conservative, steps should be taken at once. With regard to the accepted report of Mr. James Temple Barhome's tragic death, it could not be denied that Captain Palliser's view of the naturalness of the origin of the mistake that had been made had a logical air. In a region full of rioting derelicts, crazed with the lawless excitement of their dash after gold, he had said, identities and names are easily lost. Temple Barhome himself was a derelict and in a desperate state. He was in no mood to speak of himself or try to make friends. He no doubt came and went to such work as he did, scarcely speaking to anyone. A mass of earth and debris of all sorts suddenly gives way, burying half a dozen men. 2 or 3 are dug out dead, the others not reached. There was no time to spare to dig for dead men. Someone had seen Temple Barhome near the place. He was seen no more. Ergo, he was buried with the rest. At that time, those who knew him in England, felt it was the best thing that could have happened to him. It would have been if his valet had not confessed his trick, and old Tembarom had not died. My theory is that he may have left the place days before the accident without being missed. His mental torment caused some mental illness. It does no matter what. He lost his memory and wandered about. The Lord knows how or where he lived. He probably never knew himself. The American picked him up and found that he had money. For reasons of his own, he professed to take care of him. He must have come on some clue just when he heard of his new fortune. He was naturally panic-stricken. It must have been a big blow at that particular moment. He was sharp enough to see what it might mean, and held on to the poor chap like grim death, and has been holding on ever since. We must begin to take steps, decided Palford and Grimby. We must of course take steps at once, but we must begin with discretion. After grave, private discussion, they began to take the steps in question, and with the caution that it seemed necessary to observe until they felt solid ground under their feet. Captain Palliser was willing to assist them. He had been going into the matter himself. He went down to the neighborhood of Tembarom and quietly looked up data which might prove illuminating when regarded from one point or another. It was on the first of these occasions that he saw and warned Burrell. It was from Burrell he heard of Thomas Hibblethwaite. "There's an impediment little vagabond in the village, sir," he said, "that Mr. Tembarom used to go and see, and take New York newspapers to. A cripple the lad is, and he's got a kind of craze for talking about Mr. James Tembarom. He had a map of the place where he was said to be killed. If I may presume to mention it, sir," he added with great dignity, "it is my opinion that the two had a good deal of talk together on the subject." "I dare say," Captain Palliser admitted indifferently, and made no further inquiry or remark. He sauntered into the Hibblethwaite cottage, however, late the next afternoon. Thomas was in a bad temper, for reasons quite sufficient for himself, and he regarded him sourly. "What hast thou come for?" he demanded. "I did not ask thee." "Don't be cheeky," said Captain Palliser. "I will give you a sovereign if you'll let me see the map you and Mr. Tembarom used to look at and talk so much about." He laid the sovereign down on the small table by Thomas's sofa, but Thomas did not pick it up. "I know who thou art. Thou art Palliser, and thou wast the one as said as him who was killed in the Klondike had come back alive." "You've been listening to that servant's story, have you?" remarked Palliser. "You had better be careful as to what you say. I suppose you never heard of libel suits. Where would you find yourself if you were called upon to pay Mr. Tembarom £10,000 damages? You'd be obliged to sell your atlas." "Burrell told me as he heard thee say tha'd swear in court as it was the one as was killed as tha'd seen." "That's Burrell's story, not mine, and Burrell had better keep his mouth shut," said Palliser. "If it were true, how would you like it? I've heard you were interested in the one as was killed." Thomas's eyes burned troublously. "I've got Reet taken down with the other one," he answered. "He's none gentry, but he's the Reet Mac. I do not believe as him as was killed has come back." "Neither do I," Palliser answered, with amiable tolerance. "The American gentleman had better come back himself and disprove it. When you used to talk about the Klondike, he never said anything to make you feel as if he doubted that the other man was dead?" "Not him," answered Thomas. "Eh, Thomas, what art thou talking about?" exclaimed Mrs. Hibblethwaite, who was mending at the other end of the room. "I heard him say myself. Suppose the story hadn't been true, and he was alive somewhere now. It'd make a big change, wouldn't it?" And he laughed. "I never heard him," said Thomas, in stout denial. "Thou's losing the mind," commented his mother. "As soon as I heard the talk about him running away and taking the mad gentleman with him, I remembered it. And I remembered as he sat still after it, and said nowt for a minute or so, same as if he was thinking things over. There was summat a bit queer about it." I never heard him, Thomas asserted, obstinately, and shut his mouth. He were as ready to talk about the poor gentleman as met with the accident as thou wert thyself, Thomas, Mrs. Hibblethwaite proceeded, moved by the opportunity offered for presenting her views on the exciting topic. He'd asked thee all sorts of questions about what tha'd found out wi' pumpin' folk. He'd asked me questions now and again about what he was like to look at, and how tall he were. Once he asked me if I remembered what sort o' chin he had and how he spoke. It were to set thee goin' and please me, volunteered Thomas, grudgingly. He did it same as he'd look at the map to please me, and tell me tales about the new lads in New York. It had not seemed improbable that a village cripple tied to a sofa would be ready enough to relate all he knew, and perhaps so much more that it would be necessary to use discretion in selecting statements of value. To drop in and give him a sovereign and let him talk had appeared simple. Lads of his class liked to be listened to, enjoyed enlarging upon and rendering dramatic such material as had fallen into their hands. But Thomas was an eccentric, and instinct led him to close like an oyster before a remote sense of subtlety approaching attack. It was his mother, not he, who had provided information, but it was not sufficiently specialized to be worth much. "What did thou say he'd run away for?" Thomas said to his parent later. "He's not one o' the running away sort." "He has probably been called away by business," remarked Captain Palliser, as he rose to go after a few minutes' casual talk with Mrs. Hibblethwaite. "It was a mistake not to leave an address behind him. Your mother is mistaken in saying that he took the mad gentleman with him. He had him removed late at night some time before he went himself." "Take the sovereign," said Thomas, as Palliser moved away. "I did not show thee the atlas. Thou did not want to see it." "I will leave the sovereign for your mother," said Palliser. "I'm sorry you are not in a better humor." His interest in the atlas had indeed been limited to his idea that it would lead to subjects of talk which might cast illuminating sidelights and possibly open up avenues and vistas. Thomas, however, having instinctively found him displeasing, had gained but little. Avenues and vistas were necessary, avenues through which the steps of Palford and Grimby might wander, vistas which they might explore with hesitating, investigating glances. So far, the scene remained unpromisingly blank. The American Temple Barhome had simply disappeared, as had his mysterious charge. Steps likely to lead to definite results can scarcely be taken hopefully in the case of a person who has seemed temporarily to cease to exist. You cannot interrogate him. You cannot demand information. Whatsoever the foundations upon which rest your accusations, if such accusation can be launched only into thin air, and the fact that there is nobody to reply to acknowledge or indignantly refute them, is in itself a serious barrier to accomplishment. It is also true that only a few weeks had elapsed since the accused had, so to speak, dematerialized. It was also impossible to calculate upon what an American of his class and peculiarities would be likely to do in any circumstances whatever. In private conference, Palford and Grimby frankly admitted to each other that they would almost have preferred that Captain Palliser should have kept his remarkable suspicions to himself, for the time being at least. Yet when they had admitted this, they were confronted by the disturbing possibility, suggested by Palliser, that actual crime had been or might be committed. They had heard unpleasant stories of private lunatic asylums and their like. Things to shudder at might be going on at the very moment they spoke to each other. Under this possibility, no supineness would be excusable. Efforts to trace the missing man must at least be made. Efforts were made, but with no result. Painful as it was to reflect on the subject of the asylums, careful private inquiry was made. Information was quietly collected. There were even visits to gruesomely quiet places on various polite pretexts. If a longer period of time had elapsed, Mr. Palford remarked several times, with some stiffness of manner, We should feel that we had more solid foundation for our premises. Perfectly right, Captain Palliser agreed with him. But it is a lapse of time which may mean life or death to Gem Temple Barholm. So it's perhaps as well to be on the safe side, and go on quietly following small clues. I dare say you would feel more comfortable yourselves. Both Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby, having made an appointment with Miss Alicia, arrived one afternoon at Temple Barholm to talk to her privately, thereby casting her into a state of agonized anxiety which reduced her to pallor. Our visit is merely one of inquiry, Miss Temple Barholm, Mr. Palford began. There is perhaps nothing alarming in our client's absence. In the note which he left me, he asked me to feel no anxiety, Miss Alicia said. He left you a note of explanation? I wish we had known this earlier. Mr. Palford's tone had the note of relieved exclamation. Perhaps there was an entirely simple solution of the painful difficulty. But his hope had been too sanguine. It was not a note of explanation, exactly. He went away too suddenly to have time to explain. The two men looked at each other disturbedly. He had not mentioned to you his intention of going? Asked Mr. Grimby. I feel sure he did not know he was going when he said good night. He remained with Captain Palliser talking for some time. Miss Alicia's eyes held wavering and anxious question as she looked from one to the other. She wondered how much more than herself her visitors knew. He found a telegram when he went to his room. It contained most disquieting news about Mr. Strangeways. He had got away from the place where— Got away? Mr. Palford was again exclamatory. Was he in some institution where he was kept under restraint? Miss Alicia was wholly unable to explain to herself why some quality in his manner filled her with sudden distress. Oh, I think not. Surely not. Surely nothing of that sort was necessary. He was very quiet always, and he was getting better every day. But it was important that he should be watched over. He was no doubt under the care of a physician in some quiet sanatorium. Some quiet sanatorium! Mr. Palford's disturbance of mind was manifest. But you did not know where? No. Indeed, Mr. Temple Barholm talked very little of Mr. Strangeways. I believe he knew that it distressed me to feel that I could be of no real assistance as the case was so peculiar. Each perturbed solicitor looked again with rapid question at the other. Miss Alicia saw the exchange of glances, and, so to speak, broke down under the pressure of their unconcealed anxiety. The last few weeks, with their suggestion of accusation too vague to be met, had been too much for her. I am afraid, I feel sure you know something I do not, she began. I am most anxious and unhappy. I have not liked to ask questions, because that would have seemed to imply a doubt of Mr. Temple Barholm. I have even remained at home, because I did not wish to hear things I could not understand. I do not know what has been said. Pearson, in whom I have the greatest confidence, felt that Mr. Temple Barholm would prefer that I should wait until he returned. Do you think he will return? Said Mr. Grimby, amazedly. Oh, the gentle creature ejaculated. Can you possibly think he will not? Why? Why? Mr. Palford had shared his partner's amazement. It was obvious that she was as ignorant as a babe of the details of Palliser's extraordinary story. In her affectionate consideration for Temple Barholm, she had actually shut herself up lest she should hear anything said against him, which she could not refute. She stood innocently obedient to his wishes, like the boy upon the burning deck, awaiting his return and his version of whatsoever he had been accused of. There was something delicately heroic in the little, slender old thing, with her troubled eyes and her cap and her quivering side ringlets. You, she appealed, are his legal advisers, and will be able to tell me if there is anything he would wish me to know. I could not allow myself to listen to villagers or servants, but I may ask you. We are far from knowing as much as we desire to know, Mr. Palford replied. We came here, in fact, added Grimby, to ask questions of you, Miss Temple Barholm. The fact that Miss Temple Barham has not allowed herself to be prejudiced by village gossip, which is invariably largely unreliable, will make her an excellent witness, Mr. Palford said to his partner, with a deliberation which held suggestive significance. Each man, in fact, had suddenly realized that her ignorance would leave her absolutely unbiased in her answers to any questions they might put, and that it was much better in cross-examining an emotional elderly lady that such should be the case. Witness, Miss Alicia found the word alarming. Mr. Palford's bow was apologetically palliative. "A mere figure of speech, madame," he said. "I really know so little every one else doesn't know." Miss Alicia's protest had a touch of bewilderment in it. What could they wish to ask her? "But, as we understand it, your relations with Mr. Temple Barham were most affectionate and confidential." "We were very fond of each other," she answered. "For that reason he no doubt talked to you more freely than to other people," Mr. Grimby put it. "Perhaps, Palford, it would be as well to explain to Miss Temple Barham that a curious feature of this matter is that it, in a way, involves certain points concerning the late Mr. Temple Barham." Miss Alicia uttered a pathetic exclamation. "Poor Jem, who died so cruelly." Mr. Palford bent his head in acquiescence. "Perhaps you can tell me what the present Mr. Temple Barham knew of him, how much he knew." "I told him the whole story the first time we took tea together," Miss Alicia replied, and between her recollection of that strangely happy afternoon and her wonder at its connection with the present moment, she began to feel timid and uncertain. How did it seem to impress him? She remembered it all so well, his queer, dear New York way of expressing his warm-hearted indignation at the cruelty of what had happened. Oh, he was very much excited. He was so sorry for him. He wanted to know everything about him. He asked me what he looked like. "Oh," Palford said, "he wanted to know that?" "He was so full of sympathy," she replied, her explanation gaining warmth. "When I told him that the picture of Miles Hugo in the gallery was said to look like Jem as a boy, he wanted very much to see it. Afterward we went and saw it together. I shall always remember how he stood and looked at it. Most young men would not have cared, but he always had such a touching interest in poor Jem." "You mean that he asked questions about him, about his death, and so forth?" was Mr. Palford's inquiry. "About all that concerned him. He was interested especially in his looks and manner of speaking and personality, so to speak, and in the awful accident which ended his life, though he would not let me talk about that after he had asked his first questions." "What kind of questions?" suggested Grimby. "Only about what was known of the time and place, and how the sad story reached England. It used to touch me to think that the only person who seemed to care was the one who might have been expected to be almost glad the tragic thing had happened, but he was not." Mr. Palford watched Mr. Grimby, and Mr. Grimby gave more than one dubious and distressed glance at Palford. "His interest was evident," remarked Palford thoughtfully, "and unusual under the circumstances." For a moment he hesitated, then put another question. "Did he ever seem, I should say, do you remember any occasion when he appeared to think that there might be any reason to doubt that Mr. James Temple Barham was one of the men who died in the Klondike?" He felt that through this wild questioning they had at least reached a certain testimony supporting Captain Palliser's views, and his interest reluctantly increased. It was reluctant because there could be no shadow of a question that this innocent spinster lady told the absolute truth, and, this being the case, one seemed to be dragged to the verge of depths which must inevitably be explored. Miss Alicia's expression was that of one who conscientiously searched memory. "I do not remember that he really expressed a doubt," she answered carefully. "Not exactly that, but—" "But what?" prompted Palford as she hesitated. "Please try to recall exactly what he said. It is most important." "The fact that his manner was almost eager, and that eagerness was not his habit, made her catch her breath and look more questioning and puzzled than before. One day he came to my sitting room, when he seemed rather excited, she explained. He had been with Mr. Strangeways, who had been worse than usual. Perhaps he wanted to distract himself and forget about it. He asked me questions and talked about poor Jem for about an hour, and at last he said, "Do you suppose there's any sort of chance that it mightn't be true, that story that came from the Klondike?" He said it so thoughtfully that I was startled and said, "Do you think there could be such a chance? Do you?" And he drew a long breath and answered, "You want to be sure about things like that. You've got to be sure." I was a little excited, so he changed the subject very soon afterward, and I never felt quite certain of what he was really thinking. You see, what he said was not so much an expression of doubt as a sort of question. A touch of the lofty condemnatory made Mr. Palford impressive. "I am compelled to admit that I fear that it was a question of which he had already guessed the answer," he said. At this point Miss Alicia clasped her hands quite tightly together upon her knees. "If you please," she exclaimed, "I must ask you to make things a little clear to me. What dreadful thing has happened? I will regard any communication as a most sacred confidence." "I think we may as well, Palford," Mr. Grimby suggested to his partner. Yes, Palford acquiesced. He felt the difficulty of a blank explanation. "We are involved in a most trying position," he said. "We feel that great discretion must be used until we have reached more definite certainty. An extraordinary, in fact, a startling thing has occurred. We are beginning, as a result of cumulative evidence, to feel that there was reason to believe that the Klondike story was to be doubted." "That poor Jem!" cried Miss Alicia. "One begins to be gravely uncertain as to whether he has not been in this house for months, whether he was not the mysterious Mr. Strangeways." "Jem, Jem!" gasped poor little Miss Temple Barholm, quite white with shock. "And if he was the mysterious Strangeways," Mr. Grimby assisted to shorten the matter, "the American Temple Barholm apparently knew the fact, brought him here for that reason, and for the same reason kept him secreted and under restraint." "No, no!" cried Miss Alicia. "Never, never! I beg you not to say such a thing. Excuse me, I cannot listen. It would be wrong, ungrateful. Excuse me." She got up from her seat, trembling with actual anger in her sense of outrage. It was a remarkable thing to see the small, elderly creature angry, but this remarkable thing had happened. It was as though she were a mother defending her young. "I loved poor Jem, and I love Temple, and, though I am only a woman who never has been the least clever, I know them both. I know neither of them could lie or do a wicked, cunning thing. Temple is the soul of honor." It was quite an inspirational outburst. She had never before in her life said so much at one time. Of course, tears began to stream down her face, while Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby gazed at her in great embarrassment. If Mr. Strangeways was poor Jem come back alive, Temple did not know. He never knew. All he did for him was done for kindness' sake. It was the inevitable that she would stammer before going to this length of violence, and that the words should burst from her. "I would swear it." It was really a shock to both Palford and Grimby that a lady of Miss Temple Barholm's age and training should volunteer to swear to a thing was almost alarming. It was also in rather unpleasing taste. Captain Palliser obliged Mr. Temple Barholm to confess that he had known for some time, Mr. Palford said with cold regret. He also informed him that he should communicate with us without delay. "Captain Palliser is a bad man," Miss Alicia choked back a gasp to make the protest. It was after their interview that Mr. Temple Barholm almost immediately left the house. "Without any explanation whatever," added Grimby. "He left a few lines for me," defended Miss Alicia. "We have not seen them." Mr. Palford was still as well as cold. Poor little Miss Alicia took them out of her pocket with an unsteady hand. They were always with her, and she could not on such a challenge seem afraid to allow them to be read. Mr. Palford took them from her with a slight bow of thanks. He adjusted his glasses and read aloud, with pauses between phrases which seemed somewhat to puzzle him. Dear little Miss Alicia, I've got to light out of here as quick as I can make it. I can't even stop to tell you why. There's just one thing. Don't get rattled, Miss Alicia. Whatever anyone says or does, don't get rattled. Yours affectionately, T. Tembarom. There was a silence. Mr. Palford passed the paper to his partner, who gave it careful study. Afterward he refolded it and handed it back to Miss Alicia. In a court of law, was Mr. Palford's sole remark, it would not be regarded as evidence for the defendant. Miss Alicia's tears were still streaming, but she held her ringleted head well up. I cannot stay. I beg your pardon, I do indeed, she said, but I must leave you. You see, she added, with her fine little touch of dignity, as yet this house is still Mr. Temple Barholm's home, and I am the grateful recipient of his bounty. The Earl will attend you and make you quite comfortable. With an obeisance which was like a slight curtsy, she turned and fled. In less than an hour she walked up the neat bricked path, and old Mrs. Hutchinson, looking out, saw her through the tiers of flower-pots in the window. Hutchinson himself was in London, but Anne was reading at the other side of the room. Here's poor little old Miss Temple Barholm all in a flutter, remarked her grandmother. Tha's got some work cut out for thee, if tha's going to quiet her. Open the door, lass. Anne opened the door and stood by it with calm though welcoming dimples. Miss Hutchinson, Miss Alicia began all at once to realize that they did not know each other, and that she had flown to the refuge of her youth without being at all aware of what she was about to say. Oh, little Anne, she broke down with frank tears. My poor boy, my poor boy. Little Anne drew her inside and closed the door. There, Miss Temple Barholm, she said. There now, just come in and sit down. I'll get you a good cup of tea. You need one. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of T. Tembarom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. T. Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 38. The Duke of Stone had been sufficiently occupied with one of his slighter attacks of rheumatic gout to have been, so to speak, out of the running in the past weeks. His indisposition had not condemned him to the usual dullness, however. He had suffered less pain than was customary, and Mrs. Brattle had been more than usually interesting in conversation on these occasions when, in making him very comfortable in one way or another, she felt that a measure of entertainment would add to his well-being. His Epicurean habit of mind tended toward causing him to find a subtle pleasure in the hearing of various versions of any story whatever. His intimacy with T. Tembarom had furnished forth many an agreeable mental repast for him. He had had T. Tembarom's version of himself, the version of the county, the version of the uneducated class, and his own version. All of these had had varying shades of their own. He had found a cynically fine flavor in Palliser's version, which he had gathered through talk and processes of exclusion and inclusion. There is a good deal to be said for it, he summed it up. It's plausible on ordinary sophisticated grounds. T. Tembarom would say, it looks sort of that way. As Mrs. Brattle had done what she could in the matter of expounding her views of the uncertainties of the village attitude, he had listened with stimulating interest. Mrs. Brattle's version on the passing of T. Tembarom stood out picturesquely against the background of the version which was his own, the one founded on the singular facts he had shared knowledge of with the chief character in the episode. He had not, like Miss Alicia, received a communication from Tembarom. This seemed to him one of the attractive features of the incident. It provided opportunity for speculation. Some wild development had called the youngster away in a rattling hurry. Of what had happened since his departure he knew no more than the villagers knew. What had happened for some months before his going, he had watched with the feeling of an intelligently observant spectator at a play. He had been provided with varied emotions by the fantastic drama. He had smiled, he had found himself moved once or twice, and he had felt a good deal of the thrill of curious uncertainty as to what the curtain would rise and fall on. The situation was such that it was impossible to guess. Results could seem only to float in the air. One thing might happen, so might another, so might a dozen more. What he wished really to attain was some degree of certainty as to what was likely to occur in any case to the American Temple bar home. He felt, the first time he drove over to call on Miss Alicia, that his indisposition and confinement to his own house had robbed him of something. They had deprived him of the opportunity to observe shades of development and to hear the expressing of views of the situation as it stood. He drove over with views of his own and with anticipations. He had reason to know that he would encounter in the dear lady indications of the feeling that she had reached a crisis. There was a sense of this crisis impending as one mounted the terrace steps and entered the hall. The men-servants endeavored to wipe with their countenances any expression denoting even a vague knowledge of it. He recognized their laudable determination to do so. Burrell was monumental in the unconsciousness of his outward bearing. Miss Alicia, sitting waiting on fate in the library, wore precisely the aspect he had known she would wear. She had been lying awake at night, and she had of course wept at intervals, since she belonged to the period the popular female view of which had been that only the unfeeling did not so relieve themselves in crises of the affections. Her eyelids were rather pink, and her nice little face was tired. "It is very, very kind of you to come," she said, when they shook hands. "I wonder." Her hesitance was touching in its obvious appeal to him not to take the wrong side. "I wonder if you know how deeply troubled I have been. You see, I have had a touch of my abominable gout, and my treasure of a brattle has been nursing me and gossiping," he answered. "So, of course, I know a great deal. None of it true, I dare say. I felt I must come and see you, however." He looked so neat and entirely within the boundaries of finished and well-dressed modernity and everyday occurrence, in his perfectly fitting clothes, beautifully shining boots, and delicate fawn gaiters, that she felt a sort of support in his mere aspect. The mind connected such almost dapper freshness and excellent taste only with unexaggerated incidents and a behavior which almost placed the stamp of absurdity upon the improbable in circumstance. The vision of disorderly and illegal possibilities seemed actually to fade into an unreality. "If Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby knew him as I know him, as you know him," she added with a faint hopefulness. "Yes, if they knew him as we know him, that would make a different matter of it," admitted the Duke amiably. But, thought Miss Alicia, he might only have put it that way through consideration for her feelings, and because he was an extremely polished man who could not easily reveal to a lady a disagreeable truth. He did not speak with the note of natural indignation which she thought she must have detected if he had felt as she felt herself. He was, of course, a man whose manner had always the finish of composure. He did not seem disturbed or even very curious, only kind and most polite. "If we only knew where he was," she began again. "If we only knew where Mr. Strangeways was." "My impression is that Messrs. Palford and Grimby will probably find them both before long," he consoled her. "They are no doubt exciting themselves unnecessarily." He was not agitated at all. She felt it would have been kinder if he had been a little agitated. He was really not the kind of person whose feelings appeared very deep, being given to a light and graceful cynicism of speech which delighted people. So perhaps it was not natural that he should express any particular emotion, even in a case affecting a friend. Surely he had been Temple's friend. But if he had seemed a little distressed or doubtful or annoyed, she would have felt that she understood better his attitude. As it was, he might almost have been on the other side, a believer or a disbeliever, or merely a person looking on to see what would happen. When they sat down, his glance seemed to include her with an interest which was sympathetic but rather as if she were a child whom he would like to pacify. This seemed especially so when she felt she must make clear to him the nature of the crisis which was pending, as he had felt when he entered the house. You perhaps do not know, the appeal which had shown itself in her eyes was in her voice, that the solicitors have decided, after a great deal of serious discussion and private inquiry in London, that the time has come when they must take open steps. In the matter of investigation? He inquired. They are coming here this afternoon with Captain Palliser to question the servants and some of the villagers. They will question me, she said alarmedly. They would be sure to do that. He really seemed quite to envelop her with kindness. But I beg of you not to be alarmed. Nothing you could have to say could possibly do harm to Temple Barholm. He knew it was her fear of this contingency which terrified her. You do feel sure of that? She burst forth relievedly. You do, because you know him? I do. Let us be calm, dear lady. Let us be calm. I will, she protested. But Captain Palliser has arranged that a lady should come here, a lady who disliked poor Temple very much. She was most unjust to him. Lady Joan Fair, he suggested, and then paused with a remote smile as if lending himself for the moment to some humor he alone detected in the situation. She will not injure his cause, I think I can assure you. She insisted on misunderstanding him, I am so afraid. The appearance of Pearson at the door interrupted her, and caused her to rise from her seat. The neat young man was pale, and spoke in a nervously lowered voice. I beg pardon, miss. I beg your Grace's pardon for intruding, but— Miss Alicia moved toward him in such a manner that he himself seemed to feel that he might advance. What is it, Pearson? Have you anything special to say? I hope I am not taking too great a liberty, miss, but I did come in for a purpose, knowing that his Grace was with you and thinking you might both kindly advise me. It is about Mr. Temple Barholm, your Grace, addressing him as if in involuntary recognition of the fact that he might possibly prove the greater support. Our Mr. Temple Barholm, Pearson? We are being told there are two of them. The Duke's delicate emphasis on the possessive pronoun was delightful, and it so moved and encouraged sensitive little Pearson that he was emboldened to answer with modest firmness. Yes, ours. Thank you, your Grace. You feel him yours too, Pearson? A shade more delightfully still. I take the liberty, your Grace, of being deeply attached to him, and more than grateful. What did you want to ask advice about? The family solicitors. Captain Palliser and Lady Joan Fair and Mr. and Miss Hutchinson are to be here shortly, and I have been told I am to be questioned. What I want to know, your Grace, is— He paused, and looked no longer pale, but painfully red as he gathered himself together for his anxious outburst. Must I speak the truth? Miss Alicia started alarmedly. The Duke looked down at the delicate fawn gaiters covering his fine instep. His fleeting smile was not this time an external one. Do you not wish to speak the truth, Pearson? Pearson's manner could have been described only as one of obstinate frankness. No, your Grace, I do not. Your Grace may misunderstand me, but I do not. His Grace tapped the gaiters with the slight ebony cane he held in his hand. Is this— he put it with impartial curiosity— because the truth might be detrimental to our Mr. Temple Barholm? If you please, your Grace. Pearson made a firm step forward. What is the truth? That is what Messrs. Palford and Grimby seem determined to find out. Probably only our Mr. Temple Barholm can tell them. Your Grace, what I'm thinking of is that if I tell the truth, it may seem to prove something that's not the truth. What kinds of things, Pearson? still impartially. I can be plain with your grace. Things like this. I was with Mr. Temple Barham and Mr. Strangeways a great deal. They'll ask me about what I heard. They'll ask me if Mr. Strangeways was willing to go away to the doctor, if he had to be persuaded and argued with. Well, he had, and he hadn't, your grace. At first, just the mention of it would upset him so that Mr. Temple Barham would have to stop talking about it and quiet him down. But when he improved, and he did improve wonderfully, your grace, he got into the way of sitting and thinking it over and listening quite quiet. But if I'm asked suddenly, what you are afraid of is that you may be asked point-blank questions without warning? His Grace put it with the perspicacity of experience. That's why I should be grateful for advice. Must I tell the truth, your Grace, when it will make them believe things I'd swear are lies? I'd swear it, your Grace. So would I, Pearson. His serene lightness was of the most baffling, but curiously supporting, order. This being the case, my advice would be not to go into detail. Let us tell white lies, all of us, without a shadow of hesitancy. Miss Temple Barham, even you must do your best. I will try, indeed, I will try. And the Duke felt her tremulously ardent assent actually delicious. There, we'll consider that settled, Pearson, he said. Thank you, your Grace. Thank you, miss. Pearson's relieved gratitude verged on the devout. He turned to go, and as he did so, his attention was arrested by an approach he remarked through a window. Mr. and Miss Hutchinson are arriving now, miss, he announced hastily. They are to be brought in here, said Miss Alicia. The Duke quietly left his seat and went to look through the window with frank and unembarrassed interest in the approach. He went, in fact, to look at little Anne, and as he watched her walk up the avenue, her father lumbering beside her, he evidently found her aspect sufficiently arresting. Ah, he exclaimed softly and paused. What a lot of very nice red hair, he said next. And then, no wonder, no wonder. That, I should say, he remarked as Miss Alicia drew near, is what I once heard a bad young man call a deserving case. He was conscious that she might have been privately a little shocked by such aged flippancy, but she was at the moment perturbed by something else. The fact is that I have never spoken to Hutchinson, she fluttered. These changes are very confusing. I suppose I ought to say Mr. Hutchinson, now that he is such a successful person, and Temple. Without a shadow of a doubt, the Duke seemed struck by the happiness of the idea. They will make him appear presently. He may address me as Stone at any moment. One must learn to adjust oneself with agility. The old order changeth. Ah, she is smiling at him, and I see the dimples. Miss Alicia made a clean breast of it. I went to her. I could not help it, she confessed. I was in such distress and dare not speak to anybody. Temple had told me that she was so wonderful. He said she always understood and knew what to do. Did she in this case? He asked, smiling. Miss Alicia's manner was that of one who could express the extent of her admiration only in disconnected phrases. She was like a little rock, such a quiet, firm way, such calm certainty. Oh, the comfort she has been to me. I begged her to come here today. I did not know her father had returned. No doubt he will have testimony to give, which will be of the greatest assistance, the Duke said most encouragingly. Perhaps he will be a sort of rock. I don't in the least know what he will be, sighed Miss Alicia, evidently uncertain in her views. But when the father and daughter were announced, she felt that his Grace was really enchanting in the happy facility of his manner. He at least adjusted himself with agility. Hutchinson was of course lumbering. Lacking the support of T. Tembarom's presence and incongruity, he himself was the incongruous feature. He would have been obliged to bluster by way of sustaining himself, even if he had only found himself being presented to Miss Alicia. But when it was revealed to him that he was also confronted with the greatest personage of the neighborhood, he became as hot and red as he had become during certain fateful business interviews. More so, indeed. The other chaps hadn't been dukes, and to Hutchinson the old order had not yet so changed that a duke was not an awkwardly impressive person to face unexpectedly. The duke's manner of shaking hands with him, however, was even touched with an amiable suggestion of appreciation of the value of a man of genius. He had heard of the invention, in fact, knew some quite technical things about it. He realized its importance. He had congratulations for the inventor, and the world of inventions so greatly benefited. Lancashire must be proud of your success, Mr. Hutchinson. How agreeably and with what ease he said it. Aye, it's a success now, Your Grace, Hutchinson answered. But I might have waited a good bit longer if it hadn't been for that lad and his bold backing of me. Mr. Temple Barholm? Said the Duke. Aye, he's got the way of making folks see things that they can't see even when they're hitting them in the eyes. I'd that lost heart I could never have done it myself. But now it is done, smiled his Grace. Delightful. I've got there. Same as they say in New York, I've got there, said Hutchinson. He sat down in response to Miss Alicia's invitation. His unease was wonderfully dispelled. He felt himself a person of sufficient importance to address even a duke as man to man. What's all this romance and talk about the other Temple Barholm coming back, and our lad knowing and hiding him away, and Palliser and the lawyers and the police being after him both? You have heard the whole story? From the Duke. I've heard naught else since I come back. Grandmother knew a great deal before we came home, said little Anne. The Duke turned his attention to her with an engaged smile. His look, his bow, his bearing, in the moment of their being presented to each other, had seemed to Miss Alicia the most perfect thing. His fine eye had not obviously wandered while he talked to her father, but it had in fact been taking her in with an inclusiveness not likely to miss agreeable points of detail. What is her opinion, may I ask? He said. What does she say? Grandmother is very set in her ways, Your Grace. The limpidity of her blue eye and a flickering dimple added much to the quaint comprehensiveness of her answer. She says the world's that full of fools that if they were all killed, the Lord would have to begin again with a new Adam and Eve. She has entire faith in Mr. Temple Barholm, as you have, put forward his Grace. Mine's not faith exactly. I know him, little Anne answered, her tone as limpid as her eyes. There's more than her has faith in him, broke forth Hutchinson. Danged if I don't like the way them village chaps are taking it. They're ready to fight over it. Since they've found out what it's come to, and about the lawyers comin' down, they're talking about getting up a kind of demonstration. Delightful, ejaculated his Grace again. He leaned forward. Quite what I should have expected. There's a good deal of beer drunk, I suppose. Plenty of beer, but it'll do no harm. Hutchinson began to chuckle. They're talkin' o' gettin' out the fife and drum band and marchin' round the village with a calico banner with Vote for T. Tembarom painted on it, to show what they think of him. The Duke chuckled also. I wonder how he's managed it, he laughed. They wouldn't do it for any of the rest of us, you know, though I've no doubt we're quite as deserving. I am, I know. Hutchinson stopped laughing and turned on Miss Alicia. What's that young woman comin' down here for? He inquired. Lady Joan was engaged to Mr. James Temple Barholm, Miss Alicia answered. Eh? Hutchinson jerked out. That'll turn her into a wildcat, I'll warrant. She'll do all the harm she can. I'm much obliged to you for letting us come, ma'am. I want to be where I can stand by him. Father, said little Anne, what you have got to remember is that you mustn't fly into a passion. You know you've always said it never did any good, and it only sends the blood to your head. You are not nervous, Miss Hutchinson? the Duke suggested. About Mr. Tembarom? I couldn't be, Your Grace. If I was to see 2 policemen bringing him in handcuffed, I shouldn't be nervous. I should know the handcuffs didn't belong to him, and the policeman would look right down silly to me. Miss Alicia fluttered over to fold her in her arms. Do let me kiss you, she said. Do let me, little Anne. Little Anne had risen at once to meet her embrace. She put a hand on her arm. We don't know anything about this really, she said. We've only heard what people say. We haven't heard what he says. I'm going to wait. They were all looking at her. The Duke with such marked interest that she turned toward him as she ended. And if I had to wait until I was as old as grandmother, I'd wait, and nothing would change my mind. And I've been lying awake at night, softly wailed Miss Alicia. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Tembarom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MichelleF. Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 39. It was Mr. Hutchison who, having an eye on the window, first announced an arriving carriage. "Some of them's coming from the station," he remarked. "There's no young woman with him that I can see from here." "I thought I heard wheels." Miss Alicia went to look out agitatedly. "It is the gentleman. Perhaps Lady Joan—" She turned desperately to the Duke. "I don't know what to say to Lady Joan. I don't know what she will say to me. I don't know what she is coming for. Little Anne, do keep near me." It was a pretty thing to see little Anne stroke her hand and soothe her. "Don't be frightened, Miss Tembarom. All you've got to do is to answer questions," she said. "But I might say things that would be wrong, things that would harm him." "No, you mightn't, Miss Tembarom. He's not done anything that could bring harm on him." The Duke of Stone, who had seated himself in Tembarom's favourite chair, which occupied a point of vantage, seemed to Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby, when they entered the room, to wear the aspect of a sort of presidiary audience. The sight of his erect head and clear-cut, ivory-tinted old face, with its alert, while wholly unbiased expression, somewhat startled them both. They had indeed not expected to see him, and did not know why he had chosen to come. His presence might mean any one of several things, and the fact that he enjoyed a reputation for quite alarming astuteness of a brilliant kind presented elements of probable embarrassment. If he thought that they had allowed themselves to be led upon a wild-goose chase, he would express his opinions with trying readiness of phrase. His manner of greeting them, however, expressed no more than a lightly agreeable detachment from any view whatsoever. Captain Palliser felt this curiously, though he could not have said what he would have expected from him if he had known it would be his whim to appear. "How d'ye do, how d'ye do?" His Grace shook hands with the amiable ease which scarcely commits a man even to casual interest, after which he took his seat again. "How d'ye do, Miss Hutchison?" said Palliser. "How d'ye do, Mr. Hutchison? Mr. Palford would be glad to find you here." Mr. Palford shook hands with correct civility. "I am, indeed," he said. "It was in your room in New York that I first saw Mr. Tembarom." "Ay, it was," responded Hutchison dryly. "I thought Lady Joan was coming," Miss Alicia said to Palliser. She will be here presently. She came down in our train, but not with us." "What? What is she coming for?" faltered Miss Alicia. "Yes," put in the Duke. "What, by the way, is she coming for?" "I wrote and asked her to come," was Palliser's reply. "I have reason to believe she may be able to recall something of value to the inquiry which is being made." "That's interesting," said His Grace, but with no air of participating particularly. "She doesn't like him, though, does she? Wouldn't do to put her on the jury." He did not wait for any reply, but turned to Mr. Palford. "All this is delightfully portentous. Do you know, it reminds me of a scene in one of those numerous plays where the wrong man has murdered somebody, or hasn't murdered somebody, and the whole company must be cross-examined because the curtain cannot be brought down until the right man is unmasked. Do let us come into this, Mr. Palford. What we know seems so inadequate." Mr. Palford and Mr. Grimby each felt that there lurked in this manner a possibility that they were being regarded lightly. All the objections to their situation loomed annoyingly large. "It is, of course, an extraordinary story," Mr. Palford said. "But if we are not mistaken in our deductions, we may find ourselves involved in a cause célèbre which will set all England talking." "I am not mistaken," Palliser presented the comment with a short and dry laugh. "That seems pretty cocksure," Hutchison thrust in. "I am. No one knew Jem Temple Barham better than I did in the past. We were intimate enemies." And he laughed again. "Thou says thou'lt swear that chap thou saw through the window was him?" said Hutchison. "I'd swear it," with composure. The Duke was reflecting. He was again tapping with his cane the gaiter covering his slender, shining boot. If Mr. Temple Barham had remained here, his actions would have seemed less suspicious, he suggested. It was Palliser who replied. Or if he hadn't whisked the other man away, he lost his head and played the fool. He didn't lose his head, that chap. It's screwed on the right way, his head is, grunted Hutchison. The curious fellow has a number of friends, the Duke remarked to Palford and Grimby in his impartial tone. I am hoping you are not thinking of cross-examining me. I have always been convinced that under cross-examination I could be induced to innocently give evidence condemnatory to both sides of any case whatever. But would you mind telling me what the exact evidence is so far? Mr. Palford had been opening a budget of papers. It is evidence which is cumulative, Your Grace, he said. Mr. Temple Barham's position would have been a far less suspicious one, as you yourself suggested, if he had remained, or if he hadn't secretly removed Mr. Strangeways. The last was Captain Palliser's suggestion, I believe, smiled the Duke. Did he remove him secretly? How secretly, for instance? At night, answered Palliser. Miss Temple Barham herself did not know when it happened. Did you? Turning to Miss Alicia, who at once flushed and paled. He knew that I was rather nervous where Mr. Strangeways was concerned. I am sorry to say he found that out almost at once. He even told me several times that I must not think of him, that I need hear nothing about him. She turned to the Duke, her air of appeal plainly representing a feeling that he would understand her confession. I scarcely liked to say it, but wrong as it was, I couldn't help feeling that it was like having a lunatic in the house. I was afraid he might be more ill than Temple realized, and that he might sometime become violent. I never admitted so much, of course, but I was. You see? She was not told. Palliser summed it up succinctly. Evidently, the Duke admitted. I see your point. But he seemed to disengage himself from all sense of admitting implications with entire calmness as he turned again to Mr. Palford and his papers. You were saying that the exact evidence was... Mr. Palford referred to a sheet of notes. That, whether before or shortly after his arrival here is not at all certain, Mr. Temple began strongly to suspect the identity of the person then known as Strangeways. Palliser again emitted the short and dry laugh, and both the Duke and Mr. Palford looked at him inquiringly. He had got on to it before he brought him. He answered their glances. Be sure of that. Then why did he bring him? The Duke suggested lightly. Oh, well, taking his cue from the Duke and assuming casual lightness also, he was obliged to come himself, and was jolly well convinced that he had better keep his hand on the man, also his eye. It was a good enough idea. He couldn't leave a thing like that wandering about the States. He could play benefactor safely in a house of the size of this until he was ready for action. The Duke gave a moment to considering the matter, still detachedly. It is, on the whole, not unlikely that something of the sort might suggest itself to the criminal mind, he said, and his glance at Mr. Palford intimated that he might resume his statement. We have secured proof that he applied himself to secret investigation. He is known to have employed Scotland Yard to make certain inquiries concerning the man said to have been killed in the Klondike. Having evidently reached more than suspicion, he began to endeavour to persuade Mr. Strangeways to let him take him to London. This apparently took some time. The mere suggestion of removal threw the invalid into a state of painful excitement. Did Pearson tell you that? The Duke inquired. Captain Palliser himself, in passing the door of the room one day, heard certain expressions of terrified pleading, was Mr. Palford's explanation. I heard enough. Palliser took it up carelessly, to make it worthwhile to question Pearson, who must have heard a great deal more. Pearson was ordered to hold his tongue from the first, but he will have to tell the truth when he is asked. The Duke did not appear to resent his view. Pearson would be likely to know what went on, he remarked. He's an intelligent little fellow. The fact remains that in spite of his distress and reluctance, Mr. Strangeways was removed privately, and there our knowledge ends. He has not been seen since, and a few hours after, Captain Palliser expressed his conviction that the person he had seen through the west room window was Mr. James Temple-Barhome. Mr. Temple-Barhome left the house taking a midnight train and leaving no clue as to his whereabouts or intentions. Disappeared, said the Duke. Where has he been looked for? The countenance of both Mr. Palford and his party expressed a certain degree of hesitance. Principally in asylums and so-called sanitariums, Mr. Grimby admitted with a hint of reluctance. Places where the curiosity of outsiders is not encouraged, said Palliser languidly, and where, if a patient dies in a fit of mania, there are always respectable witnesses to explain that his case was hopeless from the first. Mr. Hutchison had been breathing hard occasionally as he sat and listened, and now he sprang up, uttering a sound dangerously near a violent snort. "Art thou accusing the lad of being black villain enough to be ready to do bloody murder?" he cried out. "He was in a very tight place, Hutchison." Palliser shrugged his shoulders as he said it. "But one makes suggestions at this stage, not accusations." That Hutchison had lost his head was apparent to his daughter at least. "That'd be in a tight place, my fine chap, if I had my way," he flung forth irately. "I'd like to get thy head under my arm." The roll of approaching wheels reached Miss Alicia. "There's another carriage," was her agitated exclamation. "Oh dear, it must be Lady Joan." Little Anne left her seat to make her father return to his. "Father, you'd better sit down," she said, gently pushing him in the right direction. "When you can't prove a thing's a lie, it's just as well to keep quiet until you can." And she kept quiet herself, though she turned and stood before Palliser and spoke with clear deliberateness. "What you pretend to believe is not true, Captain Palliser. It's just not true," she gave to him. They were facing and looking at each other when Burrell announced Lady John Fair. She entered rather quickly and looked round the room with a sweeping glance, taking them all in. She went to the Duke first, and they shook hands. "I am glad you are here," she said. "I would not have been out of it, my dear young lady," he answered. "For a farm, that's a quotation." "I know," she replied, giving a hand to Miss Alicia and taking in Palliser and the solicitors with a bow which was little more than a nod. Then she saw little Anne and walked over to her to shake hands. "I am glad you are here. I rather felt you would be," was her greeting. "I am glad to see you." "Whether thou'rt glad to see me or not, I'm glad I'm here," said Hutchison bluntly. "I've just been speaking a bit o' my mind." "Now, father, love," little Anne put her hand on his arm. Lady Joan looked him over. Her hungry eyes were more hungry than ever. She looked like a creature in a fever and worn by it. "I think I am glad you are here too," she answered. Palliser sauntered over to her. He had approved the Duke's air of being at once detached and inquiring, and he did not intend to wear the aspect of the personage who plays the unpleasant part of the pursuer and avenger. What he said was, "It was good of you to come, Lady Joan." "Did you think I would stay away?" was her answer. "But I will tell you that I don't believe it is true." "You think that it is too good to be true?" Her hot eyes had records in them it would have been impossible for him to read or understand. She had been so torn. She had passed through such hours since she had been told this wild thing. "Pardon my not telling you what I think," she said. "Nothing matters. After all, if he is alive." "Except that we must find him," said Palliser. "If he is in the same world with me, I shall find him," fiercely. Then she turned again to Anne. "You are the girl T. Tembarom loves." She put it to her. "Yes, my lady. If he was lost, and you knew he was on the earth with you, don't you know that you would find him?" "I should know he'd come back to me," little Anne answered her. "That's what—" Her small face looked very fine as in her second of hesitation a spirited flush ran over it. "That's what your man will do," quite firmly. It was amazing to see how the bitter face changed, as if one word had brought back a passionate, softening memory. "My man?" Her voice mellowed until it was deep and low. "Did you call T. Tembarom that too?" "Oh, I understand you. Keep near me while I talk to these people." She made her sit down by her. "I know every detail of your letters," She addressed Palliser as well as Palford and Grimby, sweeping all details aside. "What is it you want to ask me?" "This is our position, your Lordship." Mr. Palford fumbled a little with his papers in speaking. "Mr. Temple and the person known as Mr. Strangeways have been searched for so far without result. In the meantime, we realize that the more evidence we obtain that Mr. Temple identified Strangeways and acted from motive, the more solid the foundation upon which Captain Palliser's conviction rests. Up to this point, we have only his statement, which he is prepared to make on oath. Fortunately, however, he on one occasion overheard something said to you which he believes will be corroborative evidence." "What did you overhear?" she inquired of Palliser. Her tone was not pacific, considering that, logically, she must be on the side of the investigators. But it was her habit, as Captain Palliser remembered, to seem to put most people on the defensive. He meant to look as uninvolved as the Duke, but it was not quite within his power. His manner was sufficiently deliberate. "One evening, before you left for London, I was returning from the billiard room and heard you engaged in animated conversation with our host. My attention was arrested, first because a sketch of a smile concealed itself. You usually scarcely deigned to speak to him, and secondly, because I heard Jem Templebaum's name." "And you—" Neither eyes nor manner omitted the word listened, but the slight lift of his shoulders was indifferent enough. "I listened deliberately. I was convinced that the fellow was a criminal impostor, and I wanted evidence." "Ah, come now," remarked the Duke amiably. "Now we are getting on. Did you gain any?" "I thought so, merely of the cumulative order, of course," Palliser answered with moderation. "Those were early days. He asked you," turning to Lady Joan again, "if you knew anyone who had any sort of a photograph of Jem. You had one, and you showed it to him." She was quite silent for a moment. The hour came back to her, the extraordinary hour when he had stood in his lounging fashion before her, and through some odd, uncivilized but absolutely human force of his own had made her listen to him, and had gone on talking in his nasal voice until with one common, crude, grotesque phrase he had turned her hideous world upside down, changed the whole face of it, sent the stone wall rising before her crumbling into dust, and seemed somehow to set her free. For the moment he had lifted a load from her, the nature of which she did not think he could understand, a load of hatred and silence. She had clutched his hand, she had passionately wept on it. She could have kissed it. He had told her she could come back and not be afraid. As the strange episode rose before her detail by detail, she literally stared at Palliser. "You did, didn't you?" he inquired. "Yes," she answered. Her mind was in a riot, because in the midst of things which must be true, something was false. But with the memory of a myriad subtle duplicities in her brain, she had never seen anything which could have approached a thing like that. He had made her feel more human than anyone in the world had ever made her feel, but Jem. He had been able to do it because he was human himself. Human. "I'm friendly," he had said with his boy's laugh. "Just friendly." "I saw him start, though you did not," Palliser continued. He stood and studied the locket intently. She remembered perfectly. He had examined it so closely that he had unconsciously knit his brows. He said something in a rather low voice. Palliser took it up. I could not quite catch it all. It was something about knowing the face again. I can see you remember, Lady Joan. Can you repeat the exact words? He did not understand the struggle he saw in her face. It would have been impossible for him to understand it. What she felt was that if she lost hold on her strange belief in the honesty of this one decent thing she had seen and felt so close to her that it cleared the air she breathed, it would be as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Without knowing why she did it, she got up from her chair as if she were a witness in a court. "Yes, I can," she said. "Yes, I can. But I wish to make a statement for myself. Whether Jem Tembarom is alive or dead, Captain Palliser, Tembarom has done him no harm." The Duke sat up, delicately alert. He had evidently found her worth looking at and listening to from the outset. "Hear, hear," he said pleasantly. "What were the exact words?" suggested Palliser. Miss Alicia, who had been weeping on little Anne's shoulder, almost on her lap, lifted her head to listen. Hutchinson set his jaw and grunted, and Mr. Palford cleared his throat mechanically. He said, and no one better than herself realized how ominously cumulative the words sounded, that a man would know a face like that again wherever he saw it. "Wherever he saw it?" ejaculated Mr. Grimby. There ensued a moment of entire pause. It was inevitable. Having reached this point, a taking of breath was necessary. Even the Duke ceased to appear entirely detached. As Mr. Palford turned to his papers again, there was perhaps a slight feeling of awkwardness in the air. Miss Alicia had dropped, terror-smitten, into new tears. The slight awkwardness was, on the whole, rather added to by Tembarom, as if serenely introduced by the hand of drama itself, opening the door and walking into the room. He came in with a matter-of-fact, but rather obstinate, air, and stopped in their midst, looking round at them as if collectedly taking them all in. Hutchinson sprang to his feet with a kind of roar, his big hands plunging deep into his trousers pockets. "Here he is, danged if he isn't," he bellowed. "Now, lad, thou let them have it." What he was to let them have did not ensue, because his attitude was not one of assault. "Say, you are all here, ain't you?" he remarked obviously. "Good business." Miss Alicia got up from the sofa and came trembling toward him as one approaches one risen from the dead, and he made a big stride toward her and took her in his arms, patting her shoulder in reproachful consolation. "Say, you haven't done what I told you, have you?" he soothed. "You've let yourself get rattled." "But I knew it wasn't true," she sobbed. "I knew it wasn't." "Of course you did, but you got rattled all the same." And he patted her again. The Duke came forward with a delightfully easy, and could it be almost jocose, air of bearing himself. Palford and Grimby remarked it with pained dismay. He was so unswerving in his readiness as he shook hands. "How well done of you," he said. "How well arranged. But I'm afraid you didn't arrange it at all. It has merely happened. Where did you come from?" "From America. Got back yesterday." Tembarom's handshake was a robust, hearty greeting. "It's all right." From America? The united voices of the solicitors exclaimed it. Joseph Hutchison broke into a huge guffaw, and he stamped in exultation. "I'm danged if he has not been to America," he cried out. "To America!" "Ooh!" Miss Alicia gasped hysterically. "They go backward and forward to America like lightning." Little Anne had not risen at his entrance, but sat still with her hands clasped tightly on her lap. Her face had somehow the effect of a flower gradually breaking into extraordinary bloom. Their eyes had once met, and then she remained, her soul in hers which were upon him, as she drank in every word he uttered. Her time had not yet come. Lady Joan had remained standing by the chair, which a few moments before her manner had seemed to transform into something like a witness stand in a court of justice. Her hungry eyes had grown hungrier each second, and her breath came and went quickly. The very face she had looked up at on her last talk with Tembarom, the oddly human face, turned on her as he came to her. It was just as it had been that night, just as commonly uncommon and believable. "Say, Lady Joan, you didn't believe all that guff, did you?" "You didn't," he said. "No, no, no, I couldn't," she cried fiercely. He saw she was shaking with suspense, and he pushed her gently into a chair. "You'd better sit down a minute. You're about all in," he said. She might have been a woman with an ague as she caught his arm, shaking it because her hands themselves so shook. "Is it true?" was her low cry. "Is he alive? Is he alive?" "Yes, he's alive." And as he answered, he drew close and so placed himself before her that he shielded her from the others in the room. He seemed to manage to shut them out, so that when she dropped her face on her arms against the chair back, her shuddering, silent sobbing was hidden decently. It was not only his body which did it, but some protecting power which was almost physically visible. She felt it spread before her. "Yes, he's alive," he said, "and he's all right, though it's been a long time coming, by gee." "He's alive?" They all heard it. For a man of Palliser's make to stand silent in the midst of mysterious, slowly accumulating convictions that someone perilously of his own rarely inept type was on the verge of feeling appallingly like a fool, was momentarily unendurable. And nothing had been explained, after all. "Is this what you call bluff in New York?" he demanded. "You've got a lot to explain. You admit that Jem Temple-Bahom is alive, and realized his asinine error before the words were fully spoken." The realization was the result of the square-shouldered swing with which Tembarom turned round, and the expression of his eyes as they ran over him. "Admit," he said. "Admit hell. He's upstairs," with a slight jerk of his head in the direction of the ceiling. The Duke alone did not gasp. He laughed slightly. "We've just got here. He came down from London with me, and Sir Ormsby Galloway." And he said it not to Palliser, but to Palford and Grimby. "The Sir Ormsby Galloway?" It was an ejaculation from Mr. Palford himself. Tembarom stood square and gave his explanation to the lot of them, so to speak, without distinction. "He's the big nerve specialist. I've had him looking after the case from the first, before I began to suspect anything. I took orders, and orders were to keep him quiet and not let any fool button and excite him. That's what I've been giving my mind to, The great stunt was to get him to go and stay at Sir Ormsby's place. He stopped a moment and suddenly flared forth as if he had had about enough of it. He almost shouted at them in exasperation. "All I'm going to tell you is that for about 6 months I've been trying to prove that Jem Temple Bahom was Jem Temple Bahom, and the hardest thing I had to do was to get him so that he could prove it himself." He strode over to the hearth and rang a bell. "It's not my place to give orders here now," he said, "but Jem commissioned me to see this thing through. Sir Ormsby'll tell you all you want to hear." He turned and spoke solely to the Duke. "This is what happened," he said. "I dare say you'll laugh when you hear it. I almost laughed myself. What does Jem do when he thinks things over but gets some fool notion in his head about not coming back here and pushing me out? And he lights out and leaves the country, leaves it, to get time to think it over some more." The Duke did not laugh. He merely smiled, a smile which had a shade of curious self-questioning in it. "Romantic and emotional, and quite ridiculous," he commented slowly. He'd have awakened to that when he had thought it out some more. The thing couldn't be done. Burrell had presented himself in answer to the bell and awaited orders. His Grace called Tembarom's attention to him, and Tembarom included Palliser with Palford and Grimby when he gave his gesture of instruction. "Take these gentlemen to Sir Ormsby Galloway, and then ask Mr. Temple Bahom if he'll come downstairs," he said. It is possible that Captain Palliser felt himself more irritatingly enfolded in the swathing realization that someone was in a ridiculous position, and it is certain that Mr. Palford felt it necessary to preserve an outwardly flawless dignity as the Duke surprisingly left his chair and joined them. "Let me go too," he suggested. "I may be able to assist in throwing light." His including movement in Miss Alicia's direction was delightfully gracious and friendly. It was inclusive of Mr. Hutchison also. "Will you come with us, Miss Temple Bahom?" he said. "And you too, Mr. Hutchison. We shall go over it all in its most interesting detail, and you must be eager about it. I am myself." His happy and entirely correct idea was that the impending entrance of Mr. James Temple Bahom would come off better in the absence of audience. Hutchison almost bounced from his chair in his readiness. Miss Alicia looked at Tembarom. "Yes, Miss Alicia," he answered her inquiring glance. "You go too. You'll get it all over quicker." Rigid propriety forbade that Mr. Palford should express annoyance, but the effort to restrain the expression of it was in his countenance. Was it possible that the American habit of being jocular had actually held its own in a matter as serious as this? And could even the most cynical and light-minded of ducal personages have been involved in its unworthy frivolities? But no one looked jocular. Tembarom's jaw was set in its hard line, and the Duke, taking up the broad ribbon of his rimless monocle to fix the glass in his eye, wore the expression of a man whose sense of humour was temporarily in abeyance. "Are we to understand that your Grace—" "Yes," said his Grace a trifle curtly. "I have known about it for some time." "But why was nobody told?" put in Palliser. "Why should people be told? There was nothing sufficiently definite to tell. It was a waiting game." His Grace wasted no words. "I was told. Mr. Temple Bahom did not know England or English methods. His idea, perhaps a mistaken one, was that an English duke ought to be able to advise him. He came to me and made a clean breast of it. He goes straight at things, that young fellow. Makes what he calls a beeline. Oh, I've been in it, I assure you. It was as they crossed the hall that His Grace slightly laughed. It struck me as a sort of wild-goose chase at first. He had only a ghost of a clue, a mere resemblance to a portrait, but he believed in it, and he had an instinct. He laughed again. The dullest and most unmelodramatic neighborhood in England has been taking part in a melodrama, but there has been no villain in it, only a matter-of-fact young man working out a queer thing in his own queer, matter-of-fact way. When the door closed behind them, Tembarom went to Lady Joan. She had risen and was standing before the window, her back to the room. She looked tall and straight, and tensely braced when she turned round, but there was endurance, not fierceness, in her eyes. "Did he leave the country knowing I was here, waiting?" she asked. Her voice was low and fatigued. She had remembered that years had passed, and that it was perhaps, after all, only human that long anguish should blot things out and dull a hopeless man's memory. "No," answered Tembarom sharply. "He didn't. You weren't in it then. He believed you'd married that Duke of Mertshire fellow. This is the way it was. Let me tell it to you quick. A letter that had been wandering round came to him the night before the cave-in, when they thought he was killed. It told him old Tembarom was dead. He started out before daylight, and you can bet he was strung up till he was near crazy with excitement. He believed that if he was in England with plenty of money, he could track down that card-ship lie. He believed you'd help him. Somewhere, while he was travelling, he came across an old paper with a lot of dope about your being engaged." Joan remembered well how her mother had worked to set the story afloat, how they had gone through the most awful of their scenes, almost raving at each other, shut up together in the boudoir in Hill Street. That's all he remembers, except that he thought someone had hit him a crack on the head. Nothing had hit him. He'd had too much to stand up under, and something gave way in his brain. He doesn't know what happened after that. He'd wake up sometimes just enough to know he was wandering about trying to get home. It's been the limit to try to track him. If he'd not come to himself, we could never have been quite sure. That's why I stuck at it. But he did come to himself, all of a sudden. Sir Ormsby will tell you that's what nearly always happens. They wake up all of a sudden. It's all right, it's all right. I used to promise him it would be, when I wasn't sure that I wasn't lying. And for the first time he broke into the friendly grin, but it was more valiant than spontaneous. He wanted her to know that it was all right. "Oh," she cried, "oh, you!" She stopped because the door was opening. "It's Jem," he said sharply. "Anne, let's go." And that instant little Anne was near him. "No, no, don't go," cried Lady Joan. Jem Tembarom came in through the doorway. Life and sound and breath stopped for a second, and then the two whirled into each other's arms as if a storm had swept them there. "Jem," she wailed. "Oh, Jem, my man, where have you been?" "I've been in hell, Joan, in hell," he answered, choking, "and this wonderful fellow has dragged me out of it." But Tembarom would have none of it. He could not stand it. This sort of thing filled up his throat and put him at an overwhelming disadvantage. He just laid a hand on Jem Templebarham's shoulder and gave him an awkwardly friendly push. "Say, cut me out of it," he said. "You get busy," his voice rather breaking. "You've got a lot to say to her. It was up to me before. Now it's up to you." Little Anne went with him into the next room. The room they went into was a smaller one, quiet, and its oriel windows much overshadowed by trees. By the time they stood together in the centre of it, Tembarom had swallowed something twice or thrice and had recovered himself. Even his old smile had come back as he took one of her hands in each of his and, holding them wide apart, stood and looked down at her. "God bless you, little Anne," he said. "I just knew I should find you here. I'd have bet my last dollar on it." The hands he held were trembling just a little, and the dimples quivered in and out. But her eyes were steady, and a lovely increasing intensity glowed in them. "You went after him and brought him back. He was all wrought up, and he needed someone with good common sense to stop him in time, to make him think straight before he did anything silly," she said. "I says to him," Tembarom made the matter clear, "Say, you've left something behind that belongs to you. Come back and get it." "I meant Lady Joan. And I says, 'Good Lord, man, you're acting like a fellow in a play. That place doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you. If it was mine fair and square, little Willie'd hang on to it. There'd be no noble sacrifice in his. You get a brace on.'" When they were talking in that silly way about you, and saying you'd run away, said little Anne, her face uplifted adoringly as she talked, "I said to father, if he's gone to get something, and he'll be likely to bring it back." He almost dropped her hands and caught her to him then, but he saved himself in time. "Now this great change has come," he said. "Everything will be different. The men you'll know will look like the pictures in the advertisements at the backs of magazines, those fellows with chins and smooth hair. I shall look like a chauffeur among them." But she did not blench in the least, though she remembered whose words he was quoting. The intense and lovely femininity in her eyes only increased. She came closer to him, and so, because of his height, had to look up more. "You will always make jokes, but I don't care. I don't care for anything but you," she said. "I love your jokes. I love everything about you. I love your eyes and your voice and your laugh. I love your very clothes." Her voice quivered as her dimples did. "These last months I've sometimes felt as if I should die of loving you." It was a wonderful thing, wonderful. His eyes, his whole young being had kindled as he looked down, drinking in every word. "Is that the kind of quiet little thing you are?" he said. "Yes, it is," she answered firmly. "And you're satisfied, you know who it is I want? You're ready to do what you said you would that last night at Mrs. Bowsey's?" "What do you think?" she said in her clear little voice. He caught her then in a strong, hearty, young, joyous clutch. "You come to me, little Anne. You come right to me," he said. End of chapter 39. Recording by MichelleF and Annise. End of Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Chapter 40 of Tembarom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 40. Many an honest penny was turned with the assistance of the romantic Tembarom case by writers of paragraphs for newspapers published in the United States. It was not merely a romance which belonged to England, but was excitingly linked to America by the fact that its hero regarded himself as an American, and had passed through all the picturesque episodes of a most desirably struggling youth in the very streets of New York itself, and had worked his way up to the proud position of society reporter on a huge Sunday paper. It was generally considered to redound largely to his credit that refusing, in spite of all temptations to belong to other nations, he had been born in Brooklyn, that he had worn ragged clothes and shoes with holes in them, that he had blacked other people's shoes, run errands, and sold newspapers there. If he had been a mere English young man, one recounting of his romance would have disposed of him, but as he was presented to the newspaper public, every characteristic lent itself to elaboration. He was, in fact, flaringly anecdotal. As a newly elected president who has made boots or driven a canal boat in his unconsidered youth endears himself indescribably to both paragraph reader and paragraph purveyor, so did Tembarom endear himself. For weeks he was a perennial fount. What quite credible story cannot be related of a hungry lad who was wildly flung by chance into immense fortune and the laps of dukes, so to speak? The feeblest imagination must be stirred by the high color of such an episode, and stimulated to superb effort, until the public had become sated with reading anecdotes depicting the extent of his early privations, and dwelling on illustrations which presented lumber yards in which he had slept, and the facades of tumble-down tenements in which he had first beheld the light of day. He was a modest source of income. Any lumber yard or any tenement sufficiently dilapidated would serve as a model, and the fact that in the shifting architectural life of New York the actual original scenes of the incidents had been demolished and built upon by new apartment houses or new railroad stations or new factories 75 stories high was an unobstructing triviality. Accounts of his manner of conducting himself in European courts to which he had supposedly been bidden, of his immense popularity in glittering circles, of his finely democratic bearing when confronted by emperors surrounded by their guilty splendors, were the joy of remote villages and towns. A thrifty and young minor novelist hastily incorporated him in a serial and syndicated it upon the spot under the title of Living or Dead. Among its especial public it was a success of such a nature as betrayed its author into as hastily writing a second romance, which, not being rendered stimulating by a foundation of fact, failed to repeat his triumph. Tembarom, reading in the library at Tembarom, the first newspapers sent from New York, smiled widely. "You see, they've got to say something, Jen," he explained. "It's too big a scoop to be passed over. Something's got to be turned in, and it means money to the fellows, too. It's good copy." "Suppose," suggested Jim, watching him with interest, "you were to write the facts yourself and pass them on to some decent chap who'd be glad to get them." "Glad?" Tembarom flushed with delight. "Any chap'd be way up in the air at the chance. It's just the best kind of stuff. Wouldn't you mind?" "Are you sure you wouldn't?" He was the war-horse snuffing battle from afar. Jem Tembarom laughed outright at the gleam in his eyes. "No, I shouldn't care a hang, dear fellow, and the fact that I objected would not stop the story." "No, it wouldn't, by gee. Say, I'll get Ann to help me, and we'll send it to the man who took my place on the earth. It'll mean board and boots to him for a month if he works it right, and it'll be doing a good turn to Galton, too. I shall be glad to see old Galton when I go back." "You are quite sure you want to go back?" inquired Jem. A certain glow of feeling was always in his eyes when he turned them on Tembarom. "Go back? I should smile. Of course I shall go back. I've got to get busy for Hutchinson, and I've got to get busy for myself. I guess there'll be work to do that'll take me half over the world, but I'm going back first. Ann's going with me." But there was no reference to a return to New York when the Sunday Earth and other widely circulated weekly sheets gave prominence to the marriage of Mr. Tembarom and Miss Hutchinson, only child and heiress of Mr. Joseph Hutchinson, the celebrated inventor. From a newspaper point of view, the wedding had been rather unfairly quiet, and it was necessary to fill space with a revival of the renowned story, with pictures of bride and bridegroom and of Tembarom surrounded by ancestral oaks. A thriving business would have been done by the reporters if an ocean greyhound had landed the pair at the dock some morning, and snapshots could have been taken as they crossed the gangway and wearing apparel described. But hope of such fortune was swept away by the closing paragraph, which stated that Mr. and Mrs. Tembarom would spend the next 2 months in motoring through Italy and Spain in their 90-horsepower Panhard. It was T. Tembarom who sent this last item privately to Galton. "It's not true," his letter added, "but what I'm going to do is nobody's business but mine and my wife's, and this will suit people just as well." And then he confided to Galton the thing which was the truth. The St. Francesca apartment house was a very new one, situated on a corner of an as yet sparsely built but rapidly spreading avenue above the 100th Streets, many numbers above them. There was a frankly unfinished air about the neighbourhood, but here and there a store had broken forth, and valiantly displayed necessities, and even articles verging upon the economically ornamental. It was plainly imperative that the idea should be suggested that there were on the spot sources of supply not requiring the immediate employment of the services of the elevated railroad in the achievement of purchase, and also that enterprise rightly encouraged might develop into being equal to all demands. Here and there an exceedingly fresh and clean market store, brilliant with the highly coloured labels adorning tinned soups and meats and edibles in glass jars, alluringly presented itself to the passer-by. The elevated railroad, perched upon iron supports and with iron stairways so tall that they looked almost perilous, was a prominent feature of the landscape. There were stretches of waste ground, and high backgrounds of bits of country and woodland to be seen. The rush of New York traffic had not yet reached the streets, and the avenue was of an agreeable suburban cleanliness and calm. People who lived in upper stories could pride themselves on having views of the river. These they laid stress upon when it was hinted that they lived a long way uptown. The St. Francesca was built of light brown stone and decorated with much ornate moulding. It was 14 stories high and was supplied with ornamental fire escapes. It was no slouch of a building. Everything decorative which could be done for it had been done. The entrance was almost imposing, and a generous lavishness in the way of cement mosaic flooring and new and thick red carpet struck the eye at once. The grille-work of the elevator was of fresh bright blackness, picked out with gold, and the coloured elevator boy wore a blue livery with brass buttons. Persons of limited means who were willing to discard the excitements of downtown got a good deal for their money, and frequently found themselves secretly surprised and uplifted by the atmosphere of luxury which greeted them when they entered their red-carpeted hall. It was wonderful, they said, congratulating one another privately, how much comfort and style you got in a New York apartment house after you passed the 150th. On a certain afternoon, T. Tembarom, with his hat on the back of his head and his arms full of parcels, having leaped off the L when it stopped at the nearest station, darted up and down the iron stairways until he reached the ground, and then hurried across the avenue to the St. Francesca. He made long strides and 2 or 3 times grinned as if thinking of something highly amusing, and once or twice he began to whistle, and checked himself. He looked approvingly at the tall building and its solidly balustraded entrance steps as he approached it, and when he entered the red-carpeted hall he gave greeting to a small mulatto boy in livery. "Hello, Tom. How's everything?" he inquired hilariously. "You taking good care of this building? Let any more 8-room apartments? You got to keep right on the job, you know. Can't have you loafing 'cause you got those brass buttons." The small page showed his teeth in gleeful appreciation of their friendly intimacy. "Yes, sir, that's so," he answered. "Miss Barham, she's waiting for you. Them carpets has come, sir. Tracy's wagon brought them about an hour ago. Told her I'd help her lay them if she wanted me to, but she said you was coming with the hammer and tacks. Warn't that she thought I was too little, it was just there wasn't no tacks. I told her just call me in any time to do anything she want done, and she said she would." "She'll do it," said Tembarom. "You just keep on tap. I'm just counting on you and Light here," taking in the elevator boy as he stepped into the elevator, "to look after her when I'm out." The elevator boy grinned also, and the elevator shot up the shaft, the numbers of the floors passing almost too rapidly to be distinguished. The elevator was new, and so was the boy, and it was the pride of his soul to land each passenger at his own particular floor, as if he'd been propelled upward from a catapult. But he did not go too rapidly for this passenger, at least, though a paper parcel or so was dropped in the transit and had to be picked up when he stopped at floor 14. The red carpets were on the corridor there also, and fresh paint and paper were on the walls. A few yards from the elevator, he stopped at a door and opened it with a latchkey, beaming with inordinate delight. The door opened into a narrow corridor leading into a small apartment, the future of which was not yet set in order. A roll of carpet and some mats stood in a corner. Chairs and tables with burlaps round their legs waited here and there. A cot with a mattress on it, evidently to be transformed into a couch, held packages of bafflingly irregular shapes and sizes. In the tiny kitchen new pots and pans and kettles, some still wrapped in paper, tilted themselves at various angles on the gleaming new range, or on the closed lids of the doll-sized stationary wash-tubs. Little Anne had been very busy, and some of the things were unpacked. She'd been sweeping and mopping floors and polishing up remote corners, and she had on a big white pinafore apron with long sleeves, which transformed her into a sort of small female chorister. She came into the narrow corridor with a broom in her hand, her periwinkle blue gaze as thrilled as an excited child's when it attacks the arrangement of its first doll's house. Her hair was a little ruffled where it showed below her white handkerchief she had tied over her head. The warm daisy pinkness of her cheeks was amazing. "Hello," called out Tembarom at sight of her. "Are you there yet? I don't believe it." "Yes, I'm here," she answered, dimpling at him. "Not you," he said. "You couldn't be. You've melted away. Let's see." And he slid his parcels down on the cot and lifted her up in the air as if she'd been a baby. "How can I tell anyhow?" he laughed out. "You don't weigh anything, and when a fellow squeezes you he's got to look out what he's doing." He did not seem to look out particularly when he caught her to him in a hug into which she appeared charmingly to melt. She made herself part of it, with soft arms which went at once round his neck and held him. "Say," he broke forth when he set her down, "do you think I'm not glad to get back?" "No, I don't, Tem," she answered. "I know you are glad. By the way, I'm glad myself." "You know just everything," he ejaculated, looking her over. "Just every darn thing, God bless you. But don't you melt away, will you? That's what I'm afraid of. I'll do any old thing on earth if you'll just stay." That was his great joke, though she knew it was not so great a joke as it seemed, that he would not believe that she was real, and believed that she might disappear at any moment. They had been married 3 weeks, and she still knew when she saw him pause to look at her, that he would suddenly seize and hold her fast, trying to laugh, sometimes not with entire success. "Do you know how long it was? Do you know how far away that big place was from everything in the world?" he had said once. "And me holding on and gritting my teeth, and not a soul to open my mouth to. The old Duke was the only one who understood anyhow. He'd been there." "I'll stay," she answered now, standing before him as he sat down on the end of the couch. She put a firm, warm-palmed little hand on each side of his face and held it between them as she looked deep into his eyes. "You look at me, Tem, and see." "I believe it now," he said, "but I shan't in 15 minutes." "We're both downright silly," she said, her soft, cozy laugh breaking out. "Look round this room and see what we've got to do. Let's begin this minute. Did you get the groceries?" He sprang up and began to go over his packages triumphantly. "Tea, coffee, sugar, pepper, salt, beefsteak," he called out. "We can't have beefsteak often," she said soberly, "if we're going to do it on 15 a week." "Good Lord, no," he gave back to her hilariously. "But this is a Fifth Avenue feed." "Let's take them into the kitchen and put them into the cupboard and untie the pots and pans." She was suddenly quite absorbed and businesslike. "We must make the room tidy and tack down the carpet and then cook the dinner." He followed her and obeyed her like an enraptured boy. The wonder of her was that despite its unarranged air the tiny place was already cleared and set for action. She had done it all before she'd swept out the undiscovered corners. Everything was near the spot to which it belonged. There was nothing to move or drag out of the way. "I got it all ready to put straight," she said, "but I wanted you to finish it with me. It wouldn't have seemed right if I'd done it without you. It wouldn't have been as much ours." Then came active service. She was like a small general commanding an army of one. They put things on shelves, they hung things on hooks, they found places in which things belonged. They set chairs and tables straight, and then, after dusting and polishing them, set them at a more imposing angle. They unrolled the little green carpet and tacked down its corners, and transformed the cot into a couch by covering it with what Tracy's knew as a throw, and adorning one end of it with cotton-stuffed cushions. They hung little photogravures on the walls and strung up some curtains before the good-sized window, which looked down from an enormous height at the top of 4-storied houses, and took in beyond them the river and the shore beyond. Because there was no fireplace, Tembarom knocked up a shelf, and covering it with a scarf from Tracy's, set up some inoffensive ornaments on it, and flanked them with photographs of Jem Temple-Barham, Lady Joan in court dress, Miss Alicia in her prettiest cap, and the great house with its huge terrace and the griffins. "Ain't she a looker?" Tembarom said of Lady Joan. "And ain't Jem a looker, too? Gee, they're a pair. Jem thinks this honeymoon stunt of ours is the best thing he ever heard of, us fixing ourselves up here just like we would have done if nothing had ever happened, and we'd had to do it on 15 per. Say," throwing an arm about her, "are you getting as much fun out of it as if we had to? As if I might lose my job any minute, and we might get fired out of here because we couldn't pay the rent? I believe you'd rather like to think I might bring you into some sort of trouble, so that you could help me to get you out of it." "That's nonsense," she answered with a sweet, untruthful little face. "I shouldn't be very sensible if I wasn't glad you couldn't lose your job. Father and I are your job now." He laughed aloud. This was the innocent, fantastic truth of it. They had chosen to do this thing, to spend their honeymoon in this particular way, and there was no reason why they should not. The little dream, which had been of such unattainable proportions in the days of Mrs. Bowes's boarding-house, could be realized to its fullest. No one in the St. Francesca apartments knew that the young honeymooners in the 5-roomed apartment were other than Mr. and Mrs. T. Barham, as recorded on the tablet of names in the entrance. Hutchinson knew, and Miss Alicia knew, and Jem Temple-Barham and Lady Joan. The Duke of Stone knew, and thought the old-fashionedness of the idea quite the last touch of modernity. "Did you see anyone who knew you when you were out?" little Anne asked. "No, and if I had, they wouldn't have believed they'd seen me, because the papers told them that Mr. and Mrs. Temple-Barham are spending their honeymoon motoring through Spain in their 90-horsepower Panhard." "Let's go and get dinner," said little Anne. They went into the doll's house kitchen and cooked the dinner. Little Anne broiled the steak and fried potato chips, and T. Tembarom produced a wonderful custard pie he had bought at a confectioner's. He set the table and put a bunch of yellow daisies in the middle of it. "We couldn't do it every day on 15 per week," he said. "If we wanted flowers, we should have to grow them in old tomato cans." Little Anne took off her chorister's gown apron and her kerchief, and patted and touched up her hair. She was pink to her ears and had several new dimples, and when she sat down opposite him, as she had sat that first night at Mrs. Bowes's boarding-house supper, Tembarom stared at her and caught his breath. "You are here," he said, "ain't you?" "Yes, I am," she answered. When they had cleared the table and washed the dishes and had left the toy kitchen spick and span, the 10,000,000 lights in New York were lighted and casting their glow above the city. Tembarom sat down on the Adams chair before the window and took little Anne on his knee. She was of the build which settles comfortably and with ease into soft curves whose nearness is a caress. Looked down at from the 14th story of the St. Francesca apartments, the lights strung themselves along lines of streets, crossing and recrossing one another. They glowed and blazed against masses of buildings, and they hung at enormous heights in mid-air here and there, apparently without any support. Everywhere was the glow and dazzle of their brilliancy of light, with the distant bee hum of a nearing elevated train, at intervals gradually deepening into a roar. The river looked miles below them, and craft with sparks or blaze of light went slowly or swiftly to and fro. "It's like a dream," said little Anne after a long silence. and we're up here like birds in a nest." He gave her a closer grip. "Miss Alicia once said that when I was almost down and out," he said. "It gave me a jolt. She said a place like this would be like a nest. Wherever we go, and we'll have to go lots of places and live in lots of different ways, we'll keep this place. And sometime we'll bring her here and let her try it. I've just got to show her New York." "Yes, let us keep it," said little Anne drowsily, "just for a nest." There was another silence, and the lights on the river far below still twinkled or blazed as they drifted to and fro. "You are there, ain't you?" said Tembarom in a half-whisper. "Yes, I am," murmured little Anne, but she had had a busy day, and when he looked down at her she hung softly against his shoulder, fast asleep. End of chapter 40. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021. And the end of Tembarom by Frances Hodgson Burnett.